Hi, folks. This is Empowering Democracy. The topic for tonight is midterms 2022 as of 9 p.m. This is my third update today. There are some results in. We can begin to talk about them and begin to consider the question of whether there's a wave towards the Republicans or not. There are lots of suspicions that there is a red wave, and we'll see whether there's any indications of red waves thus far. Okay, let me check out whether we have any comments thus far. We have Around the World with Brandy and D. Hello, everyone. Dolores D here. Hi, Dolores. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much for being here. Around the World with Brandy and D is a new series dealing with international relations and foreign policy. And it stars Brandy Weaver and Dolores Pierce. And the first episodes are very interesting, and I commend them to you. Let's start and see what's going on in the election thus far. Okay, I'm going to share this one. Okay, on my own page, because generally speaking, that makes things worth better with respect to Facebook. It'll be just another minute. Oh. Okay, hi everyone. I just was checking out what the Facebook situation is. Okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to read off some of the comments from the live blog on 538, which is generally very interesting. I'll start some time ago and catch up, to where we are now, because they began on a live blog, and there are some surprises. Okay. So here's a bit of good news. I'm wondering where I should start with this, because actually there's a lot, of good news. Maybe I'll start at 8 o'clock. Checking the results out here, reading the results, and commenting on them. Okay. There were polls just closing there. A key race was projected. ABC News projects a Republican win in the Florida 13th. And that was a comment by 5E Fox. Who I think is 5E Fox is a little bit of a bot of 538. Okay, the next one by Ryan Best at A10 says more called Senate races means an updated balance of power chart. ABC News has officially projected 7 races for the GOP, including a special election, which brings their total Senate seats up to 36 Senate seats. Okay, remember there were only 34 seats, okay, at issue today because only 1/3 of the Senate, okay, is roughly 1/3 is elected in any midterm. Okay, so they gained a couple of seats to start with. That's what Ryan Best is telling us. Those gains were not surprising. Jeffrey Skelly says Republicans have dominated the top of the ticket in Florida as DeSantis leads by 16 points and Marco Rubio leads by 13 points, with 73% of the expected vote reporting. This could have down ballot types of ramifications in House races there too, where a handful of Democratic leaning seats might be in play as we get more election day votes. This could be especially relevant in the South Florida based 23rd District, where Democrat Jared Moskowitz leads Republican Joe Budd by 11 points, 55% to 44%, with 63% of the expected vote reporting. However, if that remaining vote is pretty friendly to the GOP, this could really be a nail biter. So let's keep this in mind. The South Florida based 23rd District, okay, with Moskowitz and Joe Budd running, we have to keep watch, okay, on that and see if the remaining vote is pretty friendly to the GOP. So here's Amelia Thompson DeVoe commenting on at 8:12. ABC News projects that Republican Katie Britt has won the Alabama Senate race. No surprise there. She was heavily favored going in. That, of course, is not a shift in any in the total of seats, because even though that was an open seat, that's a solid Republican state always, and the only Democrat for a long time who had won there uh, actually became a Republican, shifted over to the Republican Party, and kept on winning for years and years and years. Here is here is something, a comment on how election deniers are doing tonight. This is by Kaylee Rogers at 8:13 p.m. We've had a few candidates who denied, okay, the legitimacy of the 2020 election projected to win. ABC News projects Anna Paulina Luna in Florida's 13th district to win, as well as incumbents Alabama Governor Kay Ivey and Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody. And Republican candidate for Senate in Alabama, Katie Britt, is also projected to win. Here's where the election denying candidates for governor and Secretary of State stand currently. And there you get okay, Kay Ivey won, as we already said. Wes Allen, who raised doubts, too early to see any results for him. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who raised doubts in Arkansas, there's no real result for her. Okay, so there's very little in yet for the deniers. We can't tell what's happening except in the case of Kay Ivey. Wait a minute. Douglas V. Mastroianno. Pennsylvania governor. He was behind by 81.5 to 4%, with very little of the vote in at that point. But it still doesn't look good for him. Henry McMaster in the South Carolina governor's race, he raised some doubts of the last election. In Mastriano's case, he denied, that it was a legitimate election. He kept saying it was a stolen election. So the guy in South Carolina who raised doubts was ahead by plus 13 points. Now, Kristi Noem, governor of South Dakota, raised doubts. There's nothing really in for her yet. Greg Abbott in Texas raised doubts. In the early voting, I believe he is, if I'm reading this correctly, he's behind by 6.2%. The graph I'm reading is very unclear, so there's that. Okay, so that's all for now with respect to the election, the deniers or doubters. There are quite a few of them, and there will be a lot of results to report on that. This was a blog comment by Kaylee Rogers at 8:13, and we'll be checking in then with her. She'll have a lot of later blog comments on what's happening to the deniers. Dan Hopkins, November 8th, 8:14 p.m., interpreting the early voting in Pennsylvania is tricky because different counties are handling their mail at different times. Eric isn't posting its mail ballots first, but Allegheny County, centered on Pittsburgh, did. And those Allegheny votes gave Democrat John Fetterman 130,000 votes to Oz's 22,500. It's very important to keep in mind the order in which the votes are counted is not the same in the order in which the votes are cast. It's like watching highlights for a football game without knowing when in the game they took place. So this is the early vote for Fetterman from the mail-in ballots. There's going to be a late vote for him coming from the mail-in ballots also because of something strange that happened in Pennsylvania. But off the early vote, he was slaughtering Oz, 130,000 to Oz's 22,500. A lot of that vote might have come in before Fetterman's stroke. That stroke was definitely a factor in whatever success Oz has in this particular race. So Nathaniel Rakich at 8:14 said, with 23% of the expected vote reporting, Democrat Rep. Sanford Bishop is leading Republican Chris West 60% to 40% in Georgia's 2nd District. This is no surprise, since our forecast had this as a likely Democratic vote. So that's what 538 is saying. Next, Maggie Korth, I think that's how you pronounce her name, at 8:16 said, one of the issues affecting the gubernatorial and attorney general races in Kansas is the future of the state Supreme Court appointment process. Since 1956, when a former governor got himself appointed to the court via cronyism, the state has functioned under a system where a commission makes its recommendations for justices, and the governor picks one from that list to appoint. But Republicans, including the ones running for governor, attorney general, want to change that to give the state Senate veto power, more like the way federal Supreme Court appointments are done. Former Governor Brownback, Sam Brownback, did just that with the appeals court during his term, and it's led to a lot more partisan conflicts in the state government. Says Tim Carpenter at the Kansas Reflector. But with Democrats having appointed 7 justices to the Republicans' 1 in recent years, it's no surprise that changing the court is an issue the Republicans would like to take on. I keep forgetting that I'm taking these comments from the oldest up to the newest. So, Nathaniel Rakich says, here's a scatter plot. I think I better share this because there are going to be some graphics in it too that will be important to see. But sharing the screen. Okay, let me check on this. Okay, here's the live blog part of it. So Rakich at 817 says, here's a scatter plot comparing Warnock's current performance in Georgia's Senate race to county level benchmarks recalculated that would point to a perfectly tied race. As you can see, the bubbles are congregating very close to the black line, which means the race is very, very close. Now, that was a useful thing to see because according to the breaking points, the coverage, it looked like Warnock was running far ahead of Joe Biden in 2020. So it looked like he was doing very well and, was performing perhaps better than expected. But this comparison shows that he's performing only a little better than a tie vote, which means the race is very, very close. Okay, as is said by Nathaniel Rakich. So going to the next comment, this was at 817. Kaylee Rogers says, at last we have some results from India's first district race. With 20% of the expected vote reporting, Democrat incumbent Frank, I guess his name is Mervan, but there are no vowels in it, it's Mrvan, is up with 60% to Jennifer Ruth Green's 40%. This looks pretty tight for Mervan, with an estimated 30% of total votes early or absentee, which should favor the incumbent congressman. That's what Kaylee Rogers says at 817. Sorry, I scrolled forward too much on that, too quickly. This is a graphic of the current balance of power in the House. 222 seats are Democratic and 213 seats are Republican right now. Okay. So far, the midterm results show, and this was at, these are projections. This was by Ryan Best at 818. We're also charting the balance of power in the House in real time as results come in. As of 8:15 p.m. Eastern, the official counts, according to ABC News projection, are 111 GOP seats, 77 Democratic seats, and 247 left to call. So at the present time, we have a lead of 34 seats. I make it 34 seats for the Republicans. a leading 34 seats with 247 seats left to call. I don't know if that's a red wave or not, because the seats that were called early could be GOP seats, but they might not involve any change in seats. We might be looking at just solidly GOP districts, most likely. So then going forward, which House and Senate seats have changed hands so far? Races that ABC News has projected for the party that does not currently hold a seat as of 8:18 Eastern. In the Florida 13th, the incumbent party was the Democratic Party, and Anna Paulina Luna was the projected winner. She's a Republican, and this looks like it's going to be a Republican plus 8.6 seat. And in the Florida 7th, we have a projected winner that is Corey Mills, and he or she is a Republican. It's spelled Cory. It's probably then a male, and the current lead is 16.2 points. And Corey Mills is the projected winner with that kind of lead so far. But those are the only seats that have changed hands so far. So there's the total, the 117 Republican to 77 Dems, which looks bad, but so far the Democrats have lost only 2 seats. It's early, obviously. Nathaniel Rakich says at 8:19, but Republicans have flipped 2 of the 5 seats they need in order to take control of the House. Of course, Democrats can flip other seats right back, negating these gains. Both of these GOP wins can be chalked up to gerrymandering, as Republicans redrew these districts to favor the GOP. What a wonderful system we have, don't we? And Dan Hopkins said at 8:20, Philadelphia was another Pennsylvania county that dropped much of its mail vote right at 8 p.m., and as expected, it leaned heavily towards John Fetterman, with Oz picking up 6% to Fetterman's 92%. And Philadelphia leans Democrat, but not quite by that much, which is significant because that means Fetterman in Philadelphia, at least in the early vote, was running ahead of what he was expected to get, or what a generic Democrat would be expected to get. So that's good. Now, Nate Silver on November 8th at 8:21 p.m., he, of course, is the owner of 538, says Democratic chances in the Senate are now up to 38% in the prediction markets, which is actually higher than it was 24 hours ago. Traders see good news for Democrats so far in Georgia, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania based on very early counts, though Democratic chances have declined in the Nevada race on reports of low election day turnout for Democrats. So that's kind of terrible, right? That's the seat currently held by Catherine Cortez Masto. So here is Meredith Conroy at 8:23, who said, Kaylee, you just mentioned a number of election deniers who projected to win in Florida and Alabama, and they all happen to be women. As we've written for the site, women elected officials in the GOP historically tended to be more moderate than their male counterparts, but the current political environment has led the moderate women to opt out of politics. So the Republican women that run or get through their primaries are as extreme as the men in their party. So if you were hoping that they'd be less worse because they're women, Meredith Conroy says no such luck. So Chadwick Macklin says, The New York Times famous needle is live. It is a live forecast of what to come for the rest of election night. And as of this writing, it says the Senate is a toss up and the House probably going into Republican control. So at that time, 824, it doesn't look like a red wave, at least. If they're saying the Senate is a toss up and the House is probably going into Republican control, it sounds like it's not a wave, okay, not a red wave. Does anyone have any tips for readers about how best to understand what the needle can and can't tell us? Well, I'm just guessing, so I don't think I'm going to give them that guess. But here is Nathaniel Rakich at 8:25 p.m. Said, Chad, I'm a fan of the needle. It's essentially a much more efficient computerized way of doing what we election analysts do when we say, Warnock is doing X in Fulton County. That's above, below what he needs to win. In general, I think it's reliable, the needle, that is. But the one thing I hope they figured out is how to handle the differences between mail and in-person votes. Mail votes obviously skew Democratic, and in-person votes obviously skew towards Republicans. And you have to know which one you're looking at before saying a certain vote total in a certain county is good for Democrats or Republicans. So that perspective by Nathaniel Rakich is very valuable, isn't it? So Holly Fong, but Fong is probably pronounced, at 8:26 said, adding on to Nathaniel's answer, the needle is a model that considers the votes that have already been counted, which precincts/counties those counted votes came from, and estimates or predictions for the remaining votes. It's not going to tell us the future, but it's a clear way of visualizing what we, and namely the New York Times, very well might see. There is a little, there's a little video there. Well, nothing's happening to the video. So I guess we'll just skip that one. Nate Silver comments at 8:27, though the New York Times needle is live, please promise us that you'll come back to 538 after you check it. It shows the Senate as a toss-up, although if I'm squinting at it correctly, Democrats are ever so slight favorites, while Republicans have a 76% chance of winning the House. Now, I have to report here that the House is the body that impeaches the president, and the Senate, okay, is the body that convicts a president who has been impeached. If the Republicans control the House, I'm sure they'll go after Joe Biden. But on the other hand, it doesn't take a majority vote in the Senate to convict Joe Biden. Okay. Also, if the Senate falls to the Democrats, then no impeachment vote would get to the floor. It would just be buried in the Senate. Such a vote might get to the floor if the Republicans take the Senate, but remember, they need 67 votes to convict. And the way the Senate is likely to fall now, even if the Republicans do win it, they'll be far, far short of the necessary vote to impeach Joe Biden. So it looks like we're very likely to have Joe Biden as the president of the United States, at least until January of 2025. So Nathaniel Rakich says, we're up this at 8:27, we're up to 10% reporting in New Hampshire, and Hassan is leading Bolduc by 61% to 38%. Hassan is outperforming Biden's margins in municipalities like Concord and Manchester by a few percentage points. So she's doing what she needs to do thus far. Biden won New Hampshire comfortably by 7 points. So we're probably looking at a 10-point lead for Hassan in New Hampshire with up to 10% of the vote already in. Of course, that doesn't mean anything, I suppose, because it depends on where the vote comes from, and we don't have that information. We have Favi Fox again with an ABC News projection, a Republican win in the Florida 27th, but of course we expected that. And Nathaniel Rakich says it's 8:28. You've probably noticed cable news networks and others citing election results from exit polls. For example, voters over age 60 are supporting Walker X% to Y% or some such. We recommend taking these numbers with a big grain of salt. At this point, exit polls are just regular old polls, subject to the same errors that the pre-election polls are. They don't gain any special powers till after the election, when they are reweighted to match the final election results. That means the numbers you're seeing right now will almost certainly change. And Rakich gives very good commentary providing perspective on these races. Here's Amelia Thompson DeVoe at 8:28. The votes continue to come in very slowly in Kentucky, and the anti-abortion ballot amendment is getting closer. Right now, with 19% of the expected vote reporting, we're seeing 54% on the no side, the abortion right side, and 46% on the yes side, the anti-abortion side. More competitive than it was a while ago, but still a healthy lead for the abortion rights side. Again, we also don't know what that means because we don't know where in Kentucky those votes came from, whether they came from heavily Democratic areas or whether they're spread actually throughout the state, or whether they're mostly concentrated in the rural areas, which of course are much more heavily Republican. So here's Alex Samuels at 8:29. As we've said time and time again, Latino voters are not a monolith, and the preliminary results in Florida may be the clearest example of this. Of course, these results will continue to update throughout the evening. To be clear, the gubernatorial race has already been projected for Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, and you can see how Latino counties didn't break Democrats' way. In Miami-Dade County is nearly 70% Hispanic or Latino, according to census records, and DeSantis leads there by 10 points. That's insane, people.
Wow.
I am old enough to know when the Miami-Dade votes were always Democratic. The Democratic Party had a lock on those votes. They could always be counted upon to turn election fairly late in the evening towards the Democrats. So this is very different. This, of course, stands in stark contrast to what happened in DeSantis' previous race in 2018 when Latinos went for Andrew Gillum, DeSantis' Democratic challenger at the time, by 10 points, 54% to 44%. Nice context, dramatic Samuels. And Zoha Kumar said, ABC at 8:30, ABC News projects, that's noise, ABC News projects that Republicans Carol Miller and Alexander Mooney will win the House seats in West Virginia 1st and 2nd districts, respectively. These wins aren't surprising, though it's worth mentioning that Mooney did beat out a fellow incumbent, David McKinley, in the primaries this year. Okay, Representatives Mooney and McKinley found themselves head to head after West Virginia lost one of its three House rates, House races this cycle in light of redistricting. Dan Hopkins at 8:33 says, as in Georgia, the polls in Pennsylvania consistently showed a Senate race that was far closer than its governor's race. So one question is going to be whether and to what extent Pennsylvania's Senate race and governor's race run in tandem. So far, the polls have been borne out, with Democratic gubernatorial candidate Josh Shapiro winning 87% of the time, while Fetterman is slightly below at 83%. But vote-rich South Central Pennsylvania, where GOP candidate Doug Mastriano is from, has yet to report any votes. So, and Nathaniel Rakich says at 8:35, ABC News has projected that Peter Welch will be the next U.S. Senator from Vermont. Actually, amazingly, he's only the second Democrat that Vermont has ever sent to the U.S. Senate. The state used to be loyally Republican, and since the realignment, it has only elected Democrat Pat Leahy, who is retiring this year, and independent Bernie Sanders. So Peter Welch is only the second Democrat Vermont has ever elected to the Senate. I know that sounds very amazing and very striking because Vermont is so Democratic now. And Jacob Rubashkin at 8:37 says, it continues to be a great night for Republicans in Florida, who are being aided by a very generous redistricting plan passed last year. ABC has projected that Republican Anna Paulina Luna has flipped, the Pinellas-based 13th district, and Maria Elvira Salazar has held the Miami-based 27th district. ABC also projects that Republican Corey Mills has flipped the Orlando-based 7th district, and Laura Lee has held the competitive 15th district. ABC also projects Republican Aaron Bean has won the 4th district, a redrawn constituency in North Florida. Republicans need just 5 seats to flip the House, and they're getting at least 3 out of Florida already. Not good news for the Democrats, of course. And Monica Potts at 8:39 says polls have closed in Arkansas. The state is electing a new governor, and Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the former spokesperson for President Trump and daughter of Governor Mike Huckabee, is clearly favored to beat her Democratic opponent, Chris Jones. If she does so, she'll become the state's first woman governor. Senator John Boozman, the incumbent Republican, always wonder how a guy by the name of Boozman can win as a senator. Sorry, couldn't resist that, folks. The incumbent Republican is also heavily favored to beat his Democratic challenger, who's Natalie James. Interestingly, Boozman's colleague, Tom Cotton, did not even face a Democratic challenger in 2020. Arkansas is an increasingly red state. In the 2nd district, which includes Little Rock, the capital and largest city, Republican Representative French Hill is also facing a challenge from Democrat Quintessa Hathaway that he's expected to win. Hill faced a credible challenge from Joyce Elliott in 2020, Democratic leader in the state, but he still won that race by 54% to 45%. Any Democratic candidate needs to turn out the vote in Little Rock to have a chance, which may be hurt by the most recent round of redistricting that carved up the city. Little Rock, which has a large black voting population, was split up among 3 districts, and the map is now facing a court challenge. Well, that's nice, but the results of the court challenge will be too late to affect the election, of course. There are also 4 ballot initiatives voters will decide in the state. I mentioned the possibility of legalization of marijuana earlier in the night, but votes are also deciding on whether to require a 60% supermajority for future ballot measures to pass. An initiative put on the ballot by the state legislature, whether to pass a freedom of a religion law and whether to allow the legislature to call an extraordinary session of the legislature, a power currently held only by the governor. This is largely seen as a reaction against Governor Asa Hutchinson's COVID-19 restrictions, which he enacted with executive action. Oh, by the way, I want to remind you of the first line of that last statement. The polls have closed in Arkansas. Dan Hopkins says, Zohar just mentioned Mooney of West Virginia, whose career is a prime example of how nationalized our politics have become. He used to be a state senator across the border in Maryland. And Amelia Thompson DeVoe at 8:42 said, still waiting on results from Maryland, but in addition to the races we're watching there, we'll also be paying attention to where voters land on whether to legalize cannabis for recreational use. But Maryland is one of the 5 states with marijuana on the ballot this year. So far, 19 states have legalized marijuana. Maybe I'll make this type a little bigger for you guys. Okay, marijuana is one of 5 states with marijuana. Maryland is one of 5 states with marijuana on the ballot this year. So far, 19 states have legalized marijuana for adult recreational use. It could be a higher number after tonight. Yes, I expect it will be a higher number. And here we are at Ryan Best's comment, 8:43. Peter Welch's win in Vermont Senate race officially gets the Democrats on the board, but no Senate seats have flipped, and there's a lot of races yet to call, so it'll be a while still before we know which party will reach the majority line first. The current balance of power in the Senate, of course, is 50-50, as everyone knows. So far, the Democrats have 36 Senate seats that they secured, and the Republicans also 36 seats. So let me go roll back up to the next entry in the live blog. Monica Potts at 8:44 says ABC News projects that Lisa Blunt Rochester will win re-election in Delaware's at-large congressional district as expected. What I can say about her, Lisa Rochester, is that she really bombarded my email account every day for a very long time. She is, at least by mail, a very energetic campaigner. And Zohar Kumar says, ABC News projects that Democratic candidate Maxwell Frost is projected to win his bid to represent Florida's 10th district with 59% of the votes at 72% reporting, the 25-year-old progressive is slated to be the first ever Gen Z member of Congress. I believe he'll also be the youngest congressman because, if I recall correctly, when AOC was elected, she was the youngest congressman ever, and she was at 27, I think, at that time. So Maxwell Frost will be the youngest congressman ever. He is a candidate who is a likely recruit to the squad, viewed as extremely progressive. So that's very interesting. It's at least one squad gain thus far. Jeffrey Skelly says in Pennsylvania, it's very early. Fetterman leads Oz by an astonishing 81% to 17%, but that's a function of having only 8% of the expected vote reporting, and almost all of that vote being mail and early vote, which lean heavily Democrat. This early Democratic edge is interesting, though, because Pennsylvania counties could start processing mail ballots received ahead of election day only today, unlike some other states where they allow processing to begin earlier. Because of that, there's been an expectation that Republicans would lead early in Pennsylvania, and then Democrats would cut the margins as counties reported ballots east early and cast early and by mail. That could still happen, but it may be more of a roller coaster of surges by each party as different sets of ballots are reported, with early and mail votes leaning Democrat and election day votes actually leaning Republican. That's a good reminder and a good account of what is expected to happen by Jeffrey Skelly at 8:46. Maggie Korth at 8:47 says, Kansas's 3rd district has 45% of the vote reporting now, and incumbent Democrat Sharice Davids is winning handily with 61% of the vote. This is Sharice Davids' third victory. It's her third time around. She won office in 2018 when she ran against progressive favorite, by the name of Brent Welder, who was expected to win in her district. And AOC and Bernie Sanders went to her district to campaign for him. But Sharice but Davids, who's a Native American, won anyway and became, I think, the first female Native American but to be elected to Congress. Okay, at that point, she is, I suppose, would be characterized as somewhat progressive, but nowhere near Brent Welder, okay, or the squad. She probably stands somewhere in the middle of the CPC. But anyway, she has succeeded again and is winning handily with 61% of the vote. I shouldn't have said she succeeded because the race has not been called, but she does have a very big lead and will undoubtedly win in that race. ABC News has projected, Kaylee Rogers says, ABC News has projected a number of races for Republicans in Oklahoma. Okay, Republican Representative Mark Wayne Mullen is projected to win the open Senate seat in the Sooner State to serve out the final 4 years of Senator Jim Inhofe's term. Senator Lankford is projected to win re-election for his seat. Likewise, incumbent Frank Lucas is projected to win his seat in Oklahoma's 3rd district, as is former state senator Josh, I guess it's Brasheen, in the 2nd district. The race for governor is still tight, though, Right now, Democrat Joy Hoffmeister is leading Republican incumbent Governor Kevin Stitt 50% to 48%. That is a surprise and somewhat interesting, but it's still early, so it may not be that big a surprise. Depends on where the votes came from. And Meredith Conroy at 849 says, as Zoha just mentioned, the Gen Z progressive Democrat Maxwell Frost is projected to win the race in Florida's 10th district, and Representative Demings abandoned that seat to challenge Rubio for Senate. So that's really kind of a gain for the progressive Democrats because Demings was a fairly centrist type of Democrat. I think she is in the CPC, but she's sort of on the right hand end of the CPC. And so she lost basically in this exchange. We gained a progressive for the seat in the Florida's 10th district. Okay. And the loss by Demings was a loss to Rubio, who, of course, is a veteran Republican. So I would point out that trade-off is a progressive gain, and as I said before, potentially a gain for the squad. And Maggie Court at 850 says Kansas Democratic Governor Laura Kelly is leading in her race with 61% to Republican Derek Schmidt's 38%. 26% of the expected vote has been counted, which even though Governor Laura Kelly is not projected as the winner with that big a lead, it's a good result so far, certainly. Dan Hopkins says if he wins, Oz would become the country's first senator who's a Muslim. Like in many other ways, Pennsylvania mirrors the nation with a population that is around 1% Muslim. Okay. And Zohar Kumar says Charlie Crist, the Democratic candidate Florida governor, said he's at peace with the racist result and has congratulated Governor DeSantis in a concession speech streamed to Socials. Socials is a right-wing social media center. He said, quote, to you and your family, I wish you only the best, and I wish the best to my fellow Floridians, unquote. Well, that's certainly different from saying, boy, the election was stolen. I don't believe this election. I don't think it was a legitimate election. Of course, if DeSantis had lost, you can be sure he would have done that. But Charlie Crist was, of course, very graceful in his concession. Anyway, Amelia Thompson DeVoe said votes are starting to trickle in for Illinois, where I'm keeping an eye on a number of House races, Democratic but controlled, but legislature drew an aggressive gerrymander during the most redistricting cycle. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out for Democrats. Well, that's rare. One state where there's a gerrymander that's aggressive for Democrats. I'm not going to play that. It says DeSantis win bodes well for Republicans. Well, certainly in Florida. Anna Rothschild says Galen Druk explores what Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio's wins in Florida mean for Republicans. And Alex Samuel says, laugh out loud, Zaha, I'm glad Crist is at peace with losing tonight, but as I've reported earlier, he put a lot on the line by running tonight. In fact, he risks losing his political credibility. According to a 538 analysis of perennial losers, political candidates who lose 3 elections in a row are not considered serious politicians. I'm looking at you, Beto O'Rourke. That's what you
I was
said.
going to ask you what happened to him.
And that's what happened to him. Well, I don't think it's been called in Texas yet.
They still have write-ins.
No, but I think they still have a lot of votes to count.
Oh,
And I don't think the projections at 853. I don't think the projections showed that Greg Abbott would win.
okay.
Uh, anyway, Maggie Kelly stood out this year because she was a Democratic woman running for governor who wasn't emphasizing abortion rights. In fact, she seemed to be actively avoiding the issue. That might seem counterintuitive. Wait a minute. That might seem counterintuitive after Kansas voters decisively rejected an anti abortion ballot amendment in August. But the strategy actually made a lot of sense for Kelly. Now, I don't know why that's the case. There is a link there, but I'm not going to try to find out what's at the other end of that link. Galen Druk commented at 9:57. Hey, what's going on here? There was the 8:53 comment, and then there was a jump to 9:57. So I'm not sure how that actually worked, but there's something here that says see 64 new posts. So I'm going to click on that. And yeah, that takes me back to 8:51 and gives me the missing posts. Takes me back to 8:53 actually. So here we are again at 8:53. This is a long one by Zohar Kamar. It's also primary day in Louisiana. In Louisiana today isn't just the general election, it's also the primary. Unlike the other 49 states, Louisiana holds open primaries on election day for all its local, state, and congressional races, meaning all candidates in a given race appear together on the ballot regardless of party, and voters select their top choice from the full suite of candidates. A candidate, however, must receive at least 50% of the vote to win. If there's no such winner in a race, the top two vote getters, regardless of party, will face each other in a runoff, which this year would take place on December 10th. Why doesn't Louisiana hold open primaries earlier and instead make a national election day its runoff date? Well, it used to. This current system was first introduced in the 1970s with the open primary date occurring in October. However, in 1997, the Supreme Court ruled that Louisiana's setup violated federal protocol, as over 80% of races were being decided in the open primary a full month or so before the rest of the country. The state subsequently revised the protocol with a later runoff date in December. This system is unique, to say the least, and also controversial. Critics say it helps uplift fringe candidates who finish in second place by large margins in the primaries, while others say turnout suffers when voters have to visit the polls twice within a couple of weeks between 2008 and 2010. Legal challenges forced the system to be put on pause. There have since been other efforts to amend the Louisiana voting structure in the years since, but nothing has panned out. This year, while there are some crowded races on the ballot tonight, our forecast shows most front-runner candidates have very likely chances of winning tonight. In 4 of the 6 House seats, the top contender has at least a 99 and 100 chance of winning. The other 2 also show strong prospects, and Republican incumbents Clay Higgins in the 3rd District and Julia Letlow in the 4th District have an 88% and 92% chance of winning, respectively. For the Senate race, incumbent GOP Senator John Kennedy, not related to those Kennedys, similarly has a 93 and 100 chance of winning. Still, Higgins, Letlow, and Kennedy are all running against at least 4 other candidates, including other Republicans. So the possibility of a runoff come December could still be looming. But it's probably going to be Republican all the way anyway. That's what's looming in that state. They are a one-party state right now. So, in spite of New Orleans, they are a one-party state. Jeffrey Skelly says at 8:55, every election you get bombarded by data points from exit polls dissecting what issues voters said mattered, what share of the vote came from certain demographic groups, and how those groups voted. Now exit polls are useful in that they attempt to reach people who actually voted, so their results can be valuable when it comes to understanding trends and the importance of various issues. However, we're here to caution you to take a wait-and-see approach with exit poll data tonight. For all the attention they get, exit poll data is best used after the election is over. That's because exit poll data is reweighted after results start coming in to better match the vote percentages from a location they would sample and more accurately reflect voter preferences. As the night wears on, you may see the exit poll figures changed in meaningful ways as further reweighting appears. Exit polls will stop changing only after we have most or all of the results, but that's typically very late on election night or even a day or two later, especially in an era with more mail voting. As a result, exit poll numbers, particularly the early votes, are not a good measure of a candidate's support, either in the overall race or among a certain demographic. Moreover, an exit poll is still a poll, so there's some degree of potential error from the sampling process, including the risk that certain groups of voters will be less likely to respond to an exit poll worker, and there are more criticisms of it. For instance, 538 largely avoided using exit poll data from vote-by-mail states like Colorado in the 2020 Democratic presidential primary because there was no way of being certain that respondents reached by phone had actually voted. And in the 2020 presidential election, the national exit poll may have exaggerated the share of the electorate that was non-white, which has been a long-term challenge for exit polling. This is not to say exit polls don't have value. They do, but they're most useful after the election, not on election night. I guess my response to that is that if they reweight the exit polls, according to the final results of the election, then the exit polls are no longer a measure of whether the election might have been interfered with, by machine rigging or something like that. As if you're going to adjust the exit polls so that they correspond to the polling results, then, as I say, they no longer can serve as a check on what the final result actually was. And isn't that really convenient? It's very convenient for those who may be rigging the vote. Just wanted to make that point. What they're basically saying here is that we don't think the exit polls are an indicator of the final vote, so we're going to make sure they become an indicator of the final vote by adjusting them to correspond with the final vote.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well, they used to be an indicator of the final vote, and they were useful in saying, hey, look at this. This is really funny over here. Now we can't say that because they're fixing it so there's no lack of correspondence. So 5E Fox says 51% of registered voters felt, quote, Congress should pass a federal law to codify Roe v. Wade to ensure a woman's right to choose. and 37% felt we should defer to states to set their own state abortion laws, according to Winning the Issues, the Winston Group poll from October. Okay, so that's 51 to 37%. So the majority of people wanted a federal law to pass the Roe v. Wade principles. So it was Holly Fong who posted the 5e Fox statement. Monica Potts said at 8:56, ABC News is projecting that Arkansas Senator John Boozman will hold on to his Senate seat. And we now have some more results.
Anything from California?
No, it's too early. California polls just closed.
Oh.
I think they just closed. They may not close even until actually 11 o'clock, but I'm not sure. We will learn as we go through here. Many competitive House seats are in suburban districts. We're updating results in districts that are at least 50% suburban. According to 538's urbanization index. Oh, isn't that interesting? 538 has an urbanization index. How suburban House districts are voting in Tennessee. I guess there aren't any results in. Steve Cohn, was running there. In New Jersey, Christopher Smith was running in a Republican +2 district. And had a margin, I guess, of 2 points is what I'm reading. I don't think I'm reading it right. Okay, so in the Tennessee 9th, the index showed 83.9%, of a suburban area where Steve Cohn was the leader. Was an urban area. Steve Cohn's margin was not recorded yet, and the expected vote is 0%. In the New Jersey 4th, Christopher Smith is the leader with 78.9%, and that's a Republican +2 district, and Steve Cohn's margin, I guess, is currently 2. I'm not sure how to read that. The expected vote, I guess the expected margin is 12 points. Deborah Ross is in the North Carolina 2nd, and the urbanization index shows that that's 78.8% is the urbanization index level, and that's a +41.6 district. It's a Democratic district for Deborah Ross. And the expected margin was 56%. So that means Deborah Ross, though having a massive lead, is running behind the expected margin in the North Carolina 2nd. There are a number of other people who were running here, but there were no results for them, including Veronica Escobar in the Texas 16th, John Garamendi in the California 8th, and Mark DeSaulnier in the California 10th, and Christy Smith in the California 27th. And Manny Cleaver in the Missouri 5th, actually Emmanuel Cleaver the 2nd, in a Democratic district, D plus 22 district, is running 6% at 6%, and the expected vote here, expected margin, was 4%. Oh no, I'm doing this wrong. Okay, it's Democrat. Cleaver's margin is 22.6%, with, I guess, 4% of the vote in. So it's very early in that race yet. Lucy McBath in the Georgia 7th, in a district where the suburbanization is, or the urbanization is 76.5, she has a lead of 27.6%, with 46% of the vote in. So she is very likely to win. And that's good, even though she's not a squad member. She's probably just a little to the right of the squad. She's a pretty progressive rep. In the Maryland 3rd, John Sarbanes is in a 76.4 of the district. He has a lead of 30.3%, with 40% of the vote in. And Morgan McGarvey in a 74.8% urbanized district has a lead of D plus 34.2, and that's with 52% of the vote in. Brad Schneider, a very well ensconced congressman, has a D plus 20.3 lead, with 52% of the vote in. In Minnesota 3rd, Dean Phillips, we don't have any votes in for him yet, and there's 0% of that in. Then in the Georgia 6th, 73.9 urbanized. There's a lead for Rich McCormick, who's a Republican, 11.8%, and that's with 34% of the vote in. And in Florida 13th, Anna Paulina Luna is ahead. She's a Republican. She's ahead by 8.6%, with 93% of the vote in. In the Virginia 3rd, Robert C. Bobby Scott, who's quite progressive, is ahead by 30.7 points, with 87% of the vote in. In the Michigan 6th, 69.9% is the urbanization index for that one. The congressperson is Debbie Dingell. She has a margin of 34.0%, but only 14% of the vote is in. This table also includes Mark Baticano in the California 39th. There's nothing in yet. And in the Texas 2nd, Robin Fulford, there's nothing in yet. And Barry Loudermilk in the Georgia 11th is a Republican, and is ahead by 10.8%, with 41% of the vote in. The urbanization index for that is 67.5. Mike Levin, the California Mike Levin, is he's in a district with an urbanization index of 67.0%. There are no results in for him yet. Haley Stevens is ahead by 26.0% in a 66.8 index congressional district, with 38% of the vote in. And Vern Buchanan from the Florida 16th is ahead by 24.9 points. He's a Republican, with 89% of the vote in. In the Georgia 13th, there is David Scott. Let me see if I can bring that down a little bit. This is not. Is this one scrolling? Anyway, his district is 65.8% urban. He has a lead of 66.8% with 64% of the vote in. Scott Peters from California 50th, 65.0 index, urbanization index, no results in. And Jennifer Wexton, who was my congressperson in the Virginia 10th, has this district has an urbanization rating of 64.3. Jennifer is ahead with 6.0% by 6.0% in 99% of the vote is in for this district. So obviously she won. She was running against a very righty candidate by the name of Hung Cao, who was very well educated, had gotten out of Harvard and MIT both, and was running in a very aggressive campaign against her. But she held on. This was formerly a D+10 district. It was reapportioned a bit, made not so favorable to her, but she still won by 6 points. She's a pretty decent congressman, definitely always in the president's camp, but she's decently progressive, and I am glad to see her win. She was good compared to all of the stuff around her. I know that's faint praise, but I mean, what the hell? All I can do is call it as I see it. In the Washington 10th, the congressperson, is Marilyn Strickland. I don't know if she's a Democrat, or a Republican, but there was nothing in for her. Okay, so those were interesting results, interesting figures. They took some time to go through, but I think they're very interesting. So there's a projection given by Monica Potts here at 8:59 that ABC News projects that the Republican incumbent French Hill will also hold on to his seat in the 2nd district. I'm pretty sure that's a Little Rock district. Monica Potts said the polls are closed in Mississippi. I'm watching the state's 4th district, where Republican Mike Ezell is expected to win. He's the former Jackson County sheriff who ousted Reps Stephen Palazzo in the primary, and Republicans are expected to win 3 of the 4 House seats in the state. I don't think that's a gain for the Republicans. It was expected because Mississippi is so heavily Republican. Amelia Thompson DeVoe says at 9:02, really striking number in the preliminary exit poll results in Michigan, which are incomplete and can, of course, change. Almost half of voters in the state said that abortion was the most important issue driving their vote, way above the national number for this question. That's especially worth underscoring because Michigan voters are deciding whether to enshrine abortion rights in their state constitution today. Now, Michigan has been going more lefty for years. When I got my PhD there in 1965, they had been lefty for years and years and years. It was kind of wonderful to live in a lefty state at that point. So we are getting a breakdown of Georgia Senate results versus benchmarks here. This came from This came from Nathaniel Rakich. With 52% of the expected vote reporting in Georgia, the Senate race has narrowed to Warnock 50%, Walker 48%, and the county level benchmarks are sending actually mixed messages. Warnock is beating his benchmarks in some key counties like Fulton and Gwinnett. But if you click Show More Rows, you can see that Walker is outperforming his benchmarks in several small rural counties. Basically, this one still looks like it will be very close, possibly runoff territory. Well, that's interesting because if it's possibly runoff territory, it means that Warnock still has a chance to get more than 50% of the vote, which would mean that there wouldn't be a runoff. So that's interesting. In Fulton County, the result so far, with 66% of the vote in. Oh no, I'm looking at the 2020 result here. Looking at the 2022 result, in Fulton County, 66% of the expected vote is in, and the margin for Warnock is 51.8%. The shift from the benchmark is 5.7% in Warnock's favor. In Gwinnett County, there's a similar result. The shift from the benchmark was in Warnock's favor by 15.7%. The Democrats won that by 33.7%. In Cobb County, another big Democratic county, the margin for Warnock was 19.9. There's 58% of the vote in, and the shift from the benchmark in Warnock's favor was 5.8%. These are big shifts. Now, it's fine to say that Walker is beating his benchmarks as well, but you have to understand that Fulton and Gwinnett and Cobb and DeKalb are all large population counties. So if Warnock is beating his benchmarks by 5.7%, 15.7%, 5.8%, 9.4%, that's beating your benchmarks by those percentages in a larger county. Fulton, of course, is the largest county in Georgia, I think by far. Cherokee is a Republican county. This is interesting. Cherokee County is a Republican county, but the shift from the benchmark for Warnock there was 4.6% in that Republican county. In other words, the Republicans used to have a 39.5 margin in 2020. In this election, with 76% of the vote in, they have only 34.9 margin. So that's interesting. And Chatham County, a similar phenomenon. The shift in the margin towards the Democrats, towards Warnock, was 14.6% in Chatham. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. That was a Democratic county before, but the margin went up from 18.5 to 33.1. That's a shift in benchmark of 14.6. Forsyth was a Republican county. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, but that's with nothing in. We don't know what that final result will be. That must be a county where they haven't started counting yet. But that's a small rural county. Now, Henry County was one county, uh, where the Democrats greatly increased their benchmark. They used to be at 20.2. Warnock was at 34.9. Okay, today, an increase in the margin of 14.7%. But these are smaller counties, smaller populations. In Columbia County, the margin for Walker was increased by 15 points. It used to be 26. He bettered that to 41.2. Okay, in Coweta County, there used to be a margin of 35.8. That went down to 29.7 for Walker. So the Democrats bettered their margin there by plus 6%. I'm very puzzled by the comment that's given by the 538 here, because it looks to me, I got to show more rows, but in the first set of rows, it looks to me like it's all Warnock running way ahead of his run in 2020. Let me see if I can find those additional rows. Yes, please, if you could get me some water, that would be good, because I am running out of moisture in my throat because I am doing a marathon here. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Where are the additional rows? The answer is there are no additional rows. So that looks nothing but good. If you click show more rows, I did click show more rows. I'm not getting any additional rows shown. Why not? I know I'm connected to the internet. Nope. I know Georgia has a lot of counties, but yeah, there are a lot of counties still outstanding. Anyway, for now, let's accept the comment. Okay, Nathaniel Rakich is seeing this as mixed messages in the individual counties, but I don't see it as that. I see it favoring Warnock considerably. But on the other hand, as a whole, we're only looking at I think it was a 50 to 48 lead. Yeah, 50 to 48 lead for Warnock with 52% of the vote in. So there's plenty of room for change. That's for sure. Meredith Conroy said at 9:05, votes are reporting in Virginia's 2nd District, where Democrat Elaine Luria is being challenged by Republican Jen Kiggins. This is one of several toss-up races that features two women. Elaine Luria, Navy veteran, was elected in 2018. A good year for Democrats, a good year for women, and a good year for female veterans. This year, Republicans nominated Kiggins, who was a former Navy helicopter pilot who could flip this seat back to red. But Luria is is quite quite impressive in her verbal abilities. I think she's going to be tough to beat. She's to the right of a Democratic caucus, but she's running in a district which is also right, also to the right of the Democratic caucus. So she has been until now a pretty good fit to her district. Uh, and she's probably a pretty good congressman in terms of service to her constituents. I think she's going to be tough to beat. So here seems to be the missing data from the other chart that we were not able to get. Oh, now this shows entirely different things. It's like the other chart was wrong. Anyway, the shift from the benchmark in Fulton County is a Republican gain of 3.6%. Okay, it's not a Democratic gain. Still, the Democrats did very well in the county, winning by 42.5%. Okay, Democrats increased their margin in Gwinnett, but in Cobb, they lost 4.5%. So they still did pretty well in those four large counties. In Cherokee, they lost 6.4% of the benchmark. But in Chatham, they gained 6.7%. So this is the real chart that we should have had. This is the one that's more in line with the commentary. Okay, the Republicans gained 4 points in Hall County. I'm sorry, 10 points in Hall County. But the statewide vote share in Hall County is only 1.8. In other words, the counties that are most important, the Fulton County, there the Republicans gained 3.6%, but the Democrats matched that. That had 10.5% of the vote. In Gwinnett, which had 8.3% of the vote, the Democrats gained 6.8%, so that more than makes up for the loss in Fulton County. In Cobb County, the Republicans gained 4.5%. That was a 7.9% county. Okay, that was somewhat matched by DeKalb. In those four largest counties, there was a small gain for the Republicans compared to 2020, but not much of a gain altogether. Now, between those top 5 counties, Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb, DeKalb, Cherokee, well, I shouldn't even go down to Cherokee. The top 4 counties having 10.5%, 8.3%, 7.9%, and 7.4%. The result was very, very similar to last time. Very little gain for Herschel Walker in those 4 counties. In the other counties where he gained some, they are relatively small in population. but every Republican gain in those smaller counties was matched by a Democratic gain in other smaller counties as I'm looking this over. There was a big gain for the Republicans in Columbia County, which is one, but that's a county with only 1.6% of the statewide vote. And Republicans had a gain, Herschel Walker had a gain of 23.7 in that particular county. Okay, the point is the smaller the county is in share of the population, the less the Republicans can gain by shifting the margins. Any more votes to show? Nope. So it still is looking good for Warnock, improving the performance in 2020, I think.
How about Fetterman?
Well, I have to read this in the order in which it comes,
Oh,
so there won't be more news of Fetterman for some time.
okay.
Kemp has pulled ahead of Abrams 53% to 47%. You can see Kemp is beating his benchmarks in most country, in most. It's consistent with their projection expectations that Kemp would win and run ahead, okay, of Walker. Now, I just misreported the uh, the results. I thought I was still dealing with a Senate table, but the results I just read were the Georgia governor results as opposed to the benchmarks. Okay. So what I was reading to you just before this were the margins for the gubernatorial race as of 9:05. Amelia Thompson DeVoe says polls are now closed in New York, which has turned into an unexpected battleground for House Democrats. New York's redistricting process was a mess, with courts throwing out the maps by the legislature. The maps were heavily biased towards Democrats. The result, drawn by a court appointed special master, was one of the most balanced and competitive maps in the country, according to the Brennan Center. And that paved the way for Republicans to make gains in the midterms. So keep an eye on this blue state. It has some important races for control of the House. ABC News projects a Democratic win in the Virginia 10th. So once more, that's my own congressional district. It may sound, by the way, through all this that I'm a Democrat and that I favor Democrats, and I'm always advocating for vote blue no matter who. That is not so. I am very careful to judge each individual race by who is running and what the consequences are of favoring one candidate over another. A lot of things go into my calculations, including who the candidates are working for on both sides.
Who's paying them?
Okay, this guy, Hung Kao, got a lot of big money from corporations and from super PACs. A lot more money than Jennifer Wexton got. She was taking some of the big money, but she was basically running with maybe $1.2 million or something like that. Hung Kao, I won't say he greatly out outspent her with dollars from his own campaign. No, I think he did outspend her in that area. But the super PAC support he got from people trying to get rid of her was quite substantial. So, from the point of view of who's a bought candidate and who's not a bought candidate, it was pretty clear that Hung Kao was the more bought of the two candidates who had a chance to win this seat, any kind of chance to win. There were no significant third party candidates in this race. It was a simple two candidates from the major parties were running. One candidate was much more beholden to big money interests than the second candidate was. So I was happy to vote for Wexton in making that choice, and I am happy that she won. Alex Samuels said at 9:10, the preliminary exit poll results in Texas, which again will continue to update throughout the evening, shows good news so far for Republican Greg Abbott on a number of policy issues, including immigration and gun control. Voters said they trust Abbott over his Democratic challenger, Beto O'Rourke. Meanwhile, 51% of the state voters say O'Rourke's views are too extreme, compared with just 46% who said the same about the incumbent. Again, these results will update. If I can editorialize about that, this idiot and his party approved a power plan for the state of Texas where a few years ago people froze because the plan was based on market principles, and when it unexpectedly got cold, the bills people were paying were enormous. They couldn't handle the bills. They were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per month. Sometimes they went into the thousands for residential power that people needed. This alone should have defeated Greg Abbott. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so personal about this or pronounce on the character of people, inside of a particular state. But I just don't understand what they're thinking. If they get this kind of thing from a governor, that alone should have defeated this governor. Anyway, going on. Zohar Kamar, Dan noted Oz being the first the Muslim senator. Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of some notifications I got that are blocking out a part of my text here. Anyway, Dan noted Oz being the first senator as a Muslim. He's not one to showcase his religious background all too much, and perhaps even more importantly, the Muslim American community, even in Pennsylvania, hasn't really leaned into associating with him per earlier reporting from ABC. Yeah, I think that's important to note. The Muslim community doesn't like Oz very much. At least not the Muslim community here in the United States. I don't know about the Muslim community in Turkey. Maggie Korth, November 8th, 9/11. Polls in Minnesota just closed. Let's take a look at the big races in that state. Democratic Governor Tim Walz is highly favored to win tonight against his Republican challenger, Scott Jensen. Okay, I think it's Jensen in Swedish. Jensen wants to make Minnesota the 10th state to eliminate personal income taxes, using the state's $9 billion surplus to fund that move in the short term. Economists say this plan would require very large cuts to services like education, which makes up 40% of the state budget. Jensen has also focused heavily on Walz's policies during COVID-19 and his response to the 2020 protests in Minneapolis following the murder of George Floyd. Despite being a doctor, Jensen has encouraged his patients to question medical expertise in favor of Googling answers for themselves, joining a lawsuit to prevent children in Minnesota from getting COVID-19 vaccinations, according to reporting at the Minnesota Reformer. But Minnesota's 2nd District has been named the state's spendiest by Minnesota Public Radio, and it was the 24th spendiest in the country as of November 2nd. Why? Basically, because it can be. Incumbent Angie Crabb flipped the district blue in 2018, narrowly beating Marine Corps veteran Tyler Kistner in 2020, and now the two are facing off again over a district that has been rejoined but retains the same D+1 lean. Kistner has framed Craig as being complicit in advancing Biden's agenda. Whether that line of attack works probably depends on how you feel about Biden. Craig is favored to win. The Attorney General race between incumbent Keith Ellison and corporate lawyer Jim Schultz has been largely characterized by Schultz's local news channel, Carrie put it, misleading people about what the job entails. Schultz's rhetoric has framed Ellison as ignoring the state's rising crime rate and not engaging in enough criminal prosecutions. However, that's not a primary role of the Attorney General in Minnesota. Criminal prosecutions are typically handled by county prosecutors and local law enforcement. It's in keeping with state law and tradition, and Ellison has really focused more on other issues like consumer protection, wage theft, and gun control. Not a lot of polling here, but one recent one suggested the race is very tight, and also that 39% of Minnesotans don't know who Schultz is. That suggests the extent to which Schultz is succeeding might be more about dissatisfaction with Ellison. Minnesota Secretary of State race lost tons of money being dumped at it, $2.5 million by one group for TV ads alone. It's a battle between incumbent Democrat Steve Simon and Republican challenger Kim Crockett, who's a 2020 election denier. Crockett has also released ads with anti-Semitic imagery and made statements about Somali immigrants that got her temporarily suspended from her job as vice president of a conservative think tank. She does, however, have the support of gubernatorial candidate Scott Jensen, who has threatened to imprison Simon for election fraud in the 2020 election and several of his public appearances. But nevertheless, Simon has been leading in the polls that we had. It's very interesting. Sounds like the partisanship has gotten the better of certain people in Minnesota. Monica Potts said ABC News has projected Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders will win the governor's race in Arkansas. She'll become the state's first woman governor. And Nathaniel Rakich says ABC News is now projecting Democrat Maura Healey will win the governor's race in Massachusetts, flipping the seat from red to blue. Healey will also make history ABC News is now projecting that Democrat Maura Healey will win the governor's race in Massachusetts, flipping it from red to blue. Healey will also make history as the first openly lesbian governor in New York history. I don't know, a lot of people are making history lately. History made here, history made there, history made in every way. in terms of the identity of these candidates, but we're not getting much history when it comes to passing legislation that people actually need. We have to note that identity politics isn't really delivering in relation to the needs of people. And Monica Potts says, oh, I read that already. Just had to say that, folks. It's weighted far too heavily in our elections. Identity, that is. Jeffrey Skelly says at 9:14, Virginia's three competitive races look to be shaping up somewhat in line with their partisan leans. In the Democratic-leaning 10th District, Jennifer Wexton leads Republican Hung Kao by 6 points, and as I've told you, she's been elected. And he says ABC News projects that Wexton will win. In the purple 7th District, we discussed earlier, Vega leads incumbent Spanberger by about 3 points, 51.3% to 48.5%. That's interesting because in the earlier results we saw, on breaking points, Vega had a lead of 55 to 44, which was 11 points. So now that lead is down to less than 3 points. But Spanberger has been running ahead of our benchmarks in counties where we have just about all votes, and most of the outstanding vote will come from strongly Democratic parts of Prince George's County. Is that Prince George's County? I'm sorry, I ran ahead of it. Prince William County, strongly Democratic parts of Prince William County. So if that area doesn't have much lower turnout than other parts of the district, Spanberger should be in a position to catch or even surpass a GOP opponent. A big part of that is due to roughly 30,000 mail and early ballots left to be reported, according to the Virginia Public Access Project. Ballots that will likely be pretty Democratic leaning, but the GOP does have a potential gain in the slightly red-leaning 2nd District, where Republican Jen Kiggins leads a Democratic Representative Elaine Luria by 10 points, 55 to 45%. But Luria will close the gap thanks to mail and early votes that still need to be reported, but she's running slightly behind where we think she needs to be to run even with Kiggins. So that's a very interesting analysis by 538 there. And here's Anna Rothschild, 9:15 p.m. As races in Florida and Alabama projected, number of high-profile election deniers, some incumbents and some newcomers are winning their races. Note, in this video, Galen Druk says that no candidate of either party has won in Florida by more than 4 percentage points in 14 years. That is specifically for governor and president races, not Senate. Okay. Jacob Rubashkin at 9:16 says, with about 9% of the vote counted in Michigan, Governor Gretchen Whitmer is leading Republican Tudor Dixon 56% to 42%, but that's only 9% in. Half of the Republican primary field was disqualified because of widespread petition signature fraud, leaving the party with an untested nominee. Dixon is a former conservative commentator, but in the closing weeks of the race, it looked like Dixon was holding her own despite a massive fundraising disadvantage. Okay, well, that's going to be an interesting race for us to see what happens. But I think the state has been moving left, so we'll see what's going on here. My eyes will be glued. Oh, this is Amelia Thompson DeVoe, 917. My eyes will be glued to Michigan's Proposal 3, which would create a state constitutional right to reproductive freedom, quote unquote, if it passes of all the abortion related constitutional amendments on the ballot this year. This is by far the most consequential, since abortion's legality is in limbo in Michigan. A 1931 abortion ban has been suspended by federal judges while litigation plays out, but if the amendment fails, it could theoretically still go into effect depending upon how the legal battles turn out. On the other hand, if the amendment passes, abortion will remain legal in Michigan. Right now, with 6% of the expected vote in, reporting the yes vote is leading with 62%, while the no vote has 38%. But of course, lots of votes still to come in. Okay, Maggie Korth says, I was super interested to see American Public Media's data on absentee and mail-in ballots in Minnesota. In 2020, 1.9 million accepted ballots came in through these channels. This year, that's down to 658,000. You can really see the effect of the pandemic, okay, in this one. That is, while the pandemic was still on, there were many more absentee and mail-in ballots, okay, in Minnesota. And now a lot more people have gone back to in-person voting. I think that's what that means. So here we go to Arizona. Kaylee Rogers, 918. Polls are now closed in Arizona. It's an exciting state to watch tonight with a lot going on. One marquee race is for governor between Republican Kari Lake, a former TV news anchor and major proponent of Trump's stolen election claims, and Democrat Katie Hobbs, Arizona's Secretary of State. It's been a neck and neck race through most of the campaign, though Lake has taken a late lead. Our forecast gave her 68 and 100 odds of winning tonight. Blake Masters, the Republican candidate for Senate, isn't performing as strongly against incumbent Senator Mark Kelly. Despite both Lake and Masters aligning themselves with Trump and getting the former president's endorsement, Kelly has proven to be a stronger opponent than Hobbs. His incumbency and willing to criticize his own party seem to have earned him some goodwill. But that race, too, has tightened in the last few weeks. Our forecast gave Kelly a 66 and 100 chance of winning tonight. Well, that's still a pretty good chance, okay, of winning. But it doesn't stop at the top of the ticket in Arizona's 2nd District, an expansive district in the northeast corner of the state that was redrawn and redistricted to become far redder. Democratic incumbent Representative Tom O'Halloran is hoping to fend off a challenge from Eli Crane, a former Navy SEAL who was endorsed by Trump and repeated the former president's baseless claims that the 2020 election was stolen. When we froze the deluxe version of our forecast, Crane had a 66 and 100 chance of winning. Last, but certainly not least, Arizona's Secretary of State and Attorney General races are worth watching tonight. For Secretary of State, lawmaker Republican Mark Bufinchem faces Democrat Adrian Fonts, former recorder from Maricopa County. Bufinchem, an adamant election denier who even attended the January 6th rally that preceded the attack on the Capitol, has directed a lot of his election fraud claims at Fontes himself. And the Republican candidate for Attorney General, Abe Hamadah, also has said the 2020 election was fraudulent. He's facing Democrat Chris Mays in the race for the state's top attorney. Now we have to see how the deniers do in that race. I guess Arizona is a major center for the election deniers. So Nathaniel Rakich says Weed 538 aren't reporting electoral data from exit polls like many other outlets are. There's a good reason for this. They're not reliable, especially at this stage of the night. The way exit polls works is they're weighted to the final election results, and obviously we don't know what those are. Therefore, when you see John Fetterman won X% of Hispanic votes tonight, you aren't seeing a definitive, unimpeachable statistic. You're just seeing an estimate. Read them at your own peril. Taylor Rogers. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to go upward again. Remember, these posts are in descending order. So Ryan Best says more largely unsurprising Senate calls bring our Senate balance of power to 39 seats for the GOP and 38 seats for the Democratic Party. So that's not too bad for the Democrats at this point yet, because a lot of very big races are yet to be decided, I believe. Maggie Court says in Kansas, Governor Lori Kelly is still ahead in the polls with 60% to Republican challenger Derek Schmidt's 38%. At this point, 35% of the vote is reporting. How election desires are doing tonight. This is as of 9:20. I think I'm going to wait on this and wait until later rather than going through it, because it's a lot of detail and it's getting late, and I'd like to get the really important results in. Hey, Monica, this is from Humera Louie, Loohi, and she says, Monica, Reed, Sarah Huckabee, Sanders win. Sanders is one of a number of candidates that raised doubts about the legitimacy of the 2020 election results. So far, 3 candidates who either denied or questioned the elections have won, and 1 has lost. Current balance of power in the House. The Republicans now look like, oh, I see. Yeah, it was 222 to 213. Okay, now the Republicans have 180 seats. Okay, the Democrats have 120 seats. 135 seats, okay, are undecided at this point, according to ABC News estimates. So we still don't really know about the House, but of course the Republicans have many more seats that have been decided at this point of the night. However, we have to point out that the western states are not in yet. California, Oregon, and Washington are all predominantly Democratic states. So just looking at those states, we're probably looking at those 3 states alone would put, the Democrats ahead. There's about 50, 63, let's say about 75 seats in those 3 states that are Democratic or close to Democratic. So that would virtually tie the Democrats with the Republicans in locked-in seats. So I happen to know that off the top of my head because I always watch California very, very closely. The race for Senate in Ohio is still neck and neck. With 45% of the expected vote reporting, Republican J.D. Vance is at 50%, and Democrat Tim Ryan is also at 50%. Like I said, neck and neck. Boy, I sure hope Tim Ryan wins that one. J.D. Vance is awful. Ohio is a state where we can expect a red shift over the course of the night as election day votes are counted. So I bet Vance is about to take the lead. So Nathaniel Rakich reported that at 9:25. Nate Silva says, my current impression of the night is that it might actually be a decent one for the polls. We aren't seeing too many crazy out of bounds outcomes so far. There are a lot of uncertain races, and there's a fair bit of regional variation. Democrats clearly have a Florida problem, but there's nothing too wild yet. So basically, he's saying at this point he doesn't see a red wave. There is Maura Healey. Picture, okay, of Maura Healey. For the first time in history, women will serve as both governor and lieutenant governor of an American state, with the victory from Healey and her running mate, Kim Driscoll. So that's interesting. That's in Massachusetts, of course. Kaylee Rogers, definitely Nathaniel. Ryan had a slight lead early in the night as the bulk of early and absentee ballots were counted, but now it's eroded as election day ballots start to get tallied. Dan Hopkins says it's too early, still early in the vote counting in Pennsylvania. We're about 17% of the 2018's total gubernatorial vote is in, and where many of the ballots counted have been cast by mail. Okay. Amelia Thompson DeVoe. We have 33% of the vote reporting in Kentucky's anti-abortion ballot measures, and things are looking a lot tighter. The no vote, which is to say the abortion rights side, is 51%, and the yes vote, the anti-abortion rights side, is 49%. This could be very close. For context, according to polling by Civics, a majority, 54% of Kentucky voters think abortion should be illegal in all or most cases, while 43% think it should be legal in all or most cases. So in a different year, this might have been a much easier lift for the anti-abortion side. But only 13% of Kentucky voters think abortion should be illegal in all cases, which is pretty much the state status quo. And some of the people who think abortion should be illegal in most cases may be unhappy about that. That's a good analysis. Very interesting. So, Nate Silva, the other thought I have is that if the race is going fairly close to expectations, I tend to doubt we're going to know who wins the Senate tonight. Yeah, I tend to doubt it too, Nate. Jeffrey Skelly says ABC News has projected that Republican Governor Phil Scott will win re-election in Vermont. While Vermont is a deep blue state, Scott has proved to be one of the most popular governors in the country. He's also been the rare Republican to rebuke and even reject Trump, which likely also has something to do with his continued success. Monica Potts said results are starting to trickle in Iowa's 3rd congressional district. It's one of the 10 districts most likely to decide control of the House. And Democratic incumbent Cindy Axne is ahead of her Republican challenger Zach Nunn, 60% to 40%, with 35% of the expected vote in. I think Cindy Axne is going to win that one. That should be a big enough margin for her to hold it. We're getting results from North Dakota, said Zohar Kamor. ABC News projects incumbent Senator John Hervin will win re-election, while incumbent Kelly Armstrong is also slated to hold on to the state's at-large House seat. I think both of them are Republicans. ABC doesn't track the Kansas Attorney General race, but the state's data is reporting that with 13% of the votes counted, Democrat Chris Mann is in the lead, with 60% of the vote versus Republican Chris Kobach with 40%. Chris Kobach is notorious for his spreading lists, not just for his state, but to other states, which are then used by governors of other states or attorney generals from other states or secretaries of states. I'm not sure which is the relevant agent here, but they used his lists in Atlanta to purge people from the voting rolls on the basis of very questionable lack of identification, of individuals. This caused the disenfranchisement in Georgia of something like 40,000 people in 2018. So, of course, I would like to see the defeat of Chris Kobach. Very, very much. Would be very desirable just for cleanliness in politics itself. Kathy Hochul has a big lead in the New York governor's race so far, says Nate Silver, though it's mostly votes from New York City, and the borough by borough slips are kind of crazy. Lee Zeldin leads by 34 points in Staten Island, but trails at least by 30 points in every other borough. That's not so crazy. Staten Island, a lot of Staten Island is Trumpist, and Staten Island has been heavily Republican for a very long time, as I think you must know, Nate Silver. Hochul is ahead by 67 points in Manhattan, by 48 points in Brooklyn, by 30 points in Queens. Where's the Bronx? Staten Island, the Zeldin leads by 34. Okay, we have to indicate here, though, that Staten Island is the smallest of the boroughs in population. It's got 77% of the vote in, so off the top of my head, that means it will probably end with 150,000 votes. And you can see that with much less of the vote in, Queens already has 181,000 votes, and Brooklyn has 222,000 votes, and Manhattan has 246,000 votes. Only 42% of Manhattan is in, only 29% of Brooklyn is in, only 29% of Queens is in, and 70% of Staten Island is in. So in the Bronx, 33% of the vote has been cast so far. That total is 121,550, and Hochul is ahead by plus 56 in the Bronx. By the way, I'm from the Bronx. So when the other 67% of the vote is in, in the Bronx, the Bronx's vote is going to total what? Something like 360,000 rather than 121,000. So anyway, the vote in New York is going to be overwhelming for Kathy Hochul. That is obvious at this point. Jacob Rubashkin says we've got some votes coming in from New Jersey where Democrats are trying to hold on to several seats they picked up in the 2018 midterms. The most vulnerable is Tom his name is Malinowski in the 7th district. He currently leads Tom Keene Jr. 65% to 35%, with 20% reporting, but expect that margin to come down significantly. Tom Keene Jr.'s father was the governor of New Jersey for some time, so he's, of course, his name is very well known. Also, Malinowski's less vulnerable colleagues in the 3rd, Andy Kim, and 5th District, Josh Gottheimer, are both leading current vote count by close to 50 points, which will also come down as the night goes on. ABC News projects Democrat Michael Bennet will win the Senate race in Colorado. He's an incumbent, of course. Not my favorite senator by a long shot, but of course he would be a lot better than his Republican challenger. Well, as predicted, the 3 congressional races we're keeping an eye on along the Texas southern border are competitive. In the 15th District, Republican Monica De La Cruz has a pretty significant lead over Democrat Michelle Vallejo, with roughly 19% of the expected vote in. The margin there is 71 to 28%. I was expecting that it would be a lot more competitive with respect to Michelle Vallejo. I was hoping she could win that particular race. 34th District looks like it could be another pickup opportunity for Republicans this year. Currently, the race here is still very, very close, but the Democrat Vicente Gonzalez leads Republican Myra Flores by only about 3 percentage points. Well, Vicente Gonzalez is one of the worst of the Democratic people in the House. If there's anybody worse than Henry Cuellar, it's him. He's ahead by 50 to 47%. He's still probably better than Myra Flores. The only race that looks like it won't be as competitive for Democrats is the 28th District, where Representative Henry Cuellar leads Cassie Garcia 58% to 42%, with roughly 58% of the expected vote in. I don't understand why this race was characterized, why these 3 were characterized as competitive. The Vicente Gonzalez race is competitive. Henry Cuellar race doesn't look like it's that competitive. And the Michelle Vallejo race doesn't look like it's competitive at all, which is very disappointing. Yeah, Michelle Vallejo is a very good candidate. Okay, going back up. Boy, I love this coverage from 538. Okay, so Amelia Thompson DeVoe says, at what time did she say? At 9:39 p.m. She says, ABC News projects Democrat Wes Moore will be the next governor of Maryland. This is a not surprising result. According to our forecast, he was very likely to win, but it's noteworthy because he will replace a Republican and become the first black governor of the state. It's the second governorship to change parties so far tonight. The first one was in Massachusetts, the second one in Maryland. They both are Democratic states. In Massachusetts, Maura Healey is leading by 10.8, and Wes Moore is leading in Maryland by 28.1, which is a big victory for Wes Moore. Why wasn't this one surprising? The current The governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, who's a Republican, was term limited, couldn't run for re-election. GOP primary voters chose Dan Cox, a far-right state delegate, to run this year. Cox attended the January 6th rally, although he says he didn't participate in the attack on the Capitol. And Dems have been working hard to paint him as an extremist. Combine that with the fact Maryland is a very blue state, and you can see why Moore came into tonight very heavily favored. So, another key race projected. What did that one say? Republican Kevin Stitt will win the governor race in Oklahoma. That one was a close run, and for a while it looked like the Democrat who was ahead had a pretty good chance to win, but it did not work out in that way. So we have 22% of the expected vote in from Pennsylvania. And the expected gap between the Senate and governor races is showing up. Shapiro leads Mastriano by 60% to 38% in the governor's race. That's 22%. Shapiro was supposed to have a 10-point lead going into this. So the polling was off, in the governor's race. While Fetterman leads 55% to 42% in the Senate contest. So that's about a 9-point gap between the margins in those matchups. As we get more election day votes, Shapiro and Fetterman will see their leads shrink because those will be Republican leaning. However, we know Shapiro is a clear favorite to win, while the Senate race is a toss-up. So the closer the Senate race is to the governor's race, the better it is for Fetterman. The farther apart, the better for Oz. Yes, I agree with that analysis. So we have to see how it goes forward. Well, there's only, what did he say, 20% in?
Yeah.
22% in. So I'll bet nothing's in from Pittsburgh yet except the early voting. Holly Fong posts a 5e Fox tweet which says 77% of Americans think misinformation increases hate crimes, and 70% think it increases extreme political views, according to a poll conducted by Pearson Institute, AP Norc in September. Half of Americans think misinformation decreases trust in government. Yeah, misinformation is bad, but the only way to restrict the misinformation that comes about in politics is to only use information that comes out of the scientific method. Politicians will never do that. Never, never do that. That is impossible to get done. Right now, the federal government, is going on a witch hunt for misinformation, and which since it doesn't use scientific criteria either, it's very, very hard to decide what is misinformation. We have to remember, error is endemic to the process of inquiry. It's endemic to the process of attaining knowledge that we don't know now. Science is about, over a period of time, correcting errors. It's not about immediately detecting errors. It's about testing and discovering errors. It's about learning from error. People don't understand that because they've never done science. Kaylee Rogers say, in Oklahoma's race for governor, we have a projection. ABC News projects Republican Governor Kevin Stitt. I said that before. So ABC News also projects that Maryland incumbents Steny Hoyer and George Sarbanes will keep their House seats. Nobody was holding their breath on those. And Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen has won re-election. I checked in on how the vote to legalize marijuana is going too. And with 30% of the expected vote reporting, 65% of Marylanders want to legalize of the use of recreational marijuana, while 35% do not. So it looks like in Maryland, it's going to be legal soon, okay, for recreation, which means certain preparations that are highly regulated here in Virginia are likely to be freely available in Maryland.
What about medical use?
Well, of course, it's already legal for medical use up in Maryland. That's why they're only concentrating on recreational use. And Kaylee Rogers says, in the Ohio Senate race, as Nathaniel and I predicted earlier, Vance has now overtaken Ryan. With 50% of the expected vote reporting, Vance has 51% to Ryan's 49%. Dan Hopkins says, one county I have my eye on here in Pennsylvania is Greene County in the southwest corner of the Commonwealth. Greene was the county in which the Democrats' 2016 Senate candidate outran Hillary Clinton by the largest margin, and so potentially a county where Fetterman may be able to appeal to ancestral Democrats who have drifted toward the GOP in the Trump era. So far, though, Shapiro was running better than Fetterman and Greene, though he is not running, this is interesting, though he's not running particularly well, winning just 31% of the county's votes, with around 90% of the expected vote in. That's interesting. I don't think there were that many votes then for Fetterman to get there anyway. Okay, next. Pennsylvania results are starting to come in, so that's exciting. We've got results pouring in for some reason, trickling in from across much of the country after the pace at which states counted became a major storyline in 2020. Does this cycle's vote counting appear to be tracking with expectations? I don't know. And Nathaniel Rakich says, yep, so far so good or bad, depending on your perspective, Maya. The states who are expecting to count fast, like Florida and North Carolina, have done so, and even states like Georgia have given us a lot of votes early on, though the pace there has slowed somewhat since they dropped all their absentees. Other states like New Hampshire and Maine have been much slower, and we're expecting Nevada and Arizona to follow in their footsteps shortly. Well, that's no fun. That quick call for Bennett and it sounds strong results in New Hampshire so far really mitigate against red tsunami scenarios. Democrats may have a fairly bad night, but they're unlikely to have a catastrophic one. But they bet to get control of the Senate, because if they don't have control of the Senate, or at least a 50-50, then it will be much easier for the Republicans at the state level to avoid any regulatory legislation from the federal government. Given what Monica said about Cindy Axne in Iowa and what Jacob said about the Malinowski race in New Jersey, it's worth flagging again that these are two of the most vulnerable 2018 blue wave freshmen currently up for re-election. According to our forecast, 5 Democratic House members seeking their third consecutive term tonight have less than a 50% chance of winning. Axne and Malinowski are joined by Elaine Luria in Virginia's 2nd District, Susan Wild in Pennsylvania's 7th, and Max Rose in New York's 2nd. We're still waiting on projections for all of these races, although Virginia's second has 91% reporting. There, Luria has currently 45% of those votes. Looks like Luria might be lost. With 91% of the vote in, only 45% of the vote. Unless the outstanding districts are strong for her, she's not going to win. With 20% of the expected vote reporting in Wisconsin's gubernatorial race, Tony Evers leads Meekles 56% to 43%. However, most of the votes currently are coming from the Democratic strongholds of Madison and Milwaukee. So expect that Meekles will gain ground. But there's room for Tony Evers to win, I think. But I only said 20% of the expected vote reporting. Meanwhile, Wisconsin's U.S. Senate race, Barnes is leading Johnson 54 to 46, with the same share of the vote reporting as expected. Evers is running a bit ahead of Barnes, a 13-point lead versus an 8-point lead. So it's possible Wisconsin will see a split decision tonight. Well, I'm very much for Barnes, of course. In the race for the North Carolina Supreme Court open seat, 63% of precincts have reported, and Republican candidate Richard Dietz is ahead of Democrat Lucy Inman, 52% to 48%. In the race for the fifth seat, with 67% of precincts reported, Republican Trey Allen, an attorney who has never worked as a judge, is leading the Democrat incumbent Justice Sam Ervin, who has sat on the court since 2015, 52% to 48%. This is with 63% of precincts reporting. So that means Ervin has a chance to catch up. And so does Inman. Okay, in Inman's case, 63% of the precincts have reported. In Sam Ervin's case, 67% of precincts have reported. So there's room in both cases to make up the difference of 4 points. Depends on where those votes are. So Amelia Thompson DeVoe said, I'm watching 3 House districts in Illinois, the 6th, the 14th, and the 17th districts. 2 of those districts have Democratic incumbents who were first elected in 2018, while the 17th is an open district vacated by retiring Democrats Sherry Bustos. Right now, the incumbents in the 6th, Sean Casten, and the 14th, by Lauren Underwood, are comfortably in the lead with about 35% of the vote reporting. In the very swingy 17th district, only 5% of the vote is in, and the Republican Esther Joy King is leading by a lot, but it's still early, of course. Wasn't that the Delia Ramirez district? I'm not sure. I will find out. Okay, Michelle Vallejo. How women are faring in toss-up races. So no results from Mary Patola yet. That's going to be a big race. In Alaska, Cindy Axney is ahead by 13.5 points. Hillary Scholten is ahead. Okay, the Republican is ahead by 20.0. I think that Hillary Scholten is a Democrat, if I recall correctly. For the Senate in Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto, there are no results yet. Also, Dina Titus, in Nevada, there are no reports yet. Jenny McLeod Skinner, no reports yet. And the Oregon 5th, Lori Chavez de Reamer, who is running against Jamie McLeod Skinner. There are no results yet. In the Hillary Scholten race, with 7% reporting the Republicans have a 20-point lead over the Democrat. What else? With 31% reporting in the Pennsylvania 7th, Susan Wild, who's a Democrat, has a 32-point lead. That is good news. And, okay, Michelle Vallejo is now behind with 81% of the vote in. She's now behind by 5.6% of the vote. Okay, and Monica, so Monica de la Cruz still is still leading, but nothing like the 71 to 29% we saw before. So Michelle Vallejo is catching up as the night goes on. Oh, there's only 61% of the vote in yet. So she has plenty of time to catch her if the votes for her districts are coming in. Okay, Mayra Flores is ahead by 10.4%. Okay, Elaine Luria is 10 points behind. So that's still 55 to 45. And Jen Kiggins is ahead of her by 55 to 45. That table is a very interesting table. To me anyway, because I've been watching these races for some time on the Dump the Corruption show. It could be that at least three of the Blue Wave freshmen, Susan Wild and Cindy Axne, at least 2 out of 3 will win. Luria really has to struggle to win. Okay. Democrats are hoping to avoid disaster in Rhode Island's 2nd district. Biden would have carried the district handily in 2020, but Representative by Jim Langevins' retirement created a chance for Republican Alan Fung to pull off an upset. Fung is the popular former mayor of the district's largest city and a former gubernatorial nominee, but Seth Magaziner has pulled ahead with 89% of the vote counted. He leads 51 to 47%. So I think that's a good sign for Democrats because they should block a Republican gain in that seat if the 51 to 47% holds, which it may well do with 89% of the vote already in. That's 4 points to make up with 89% in. It's very hard to do that. Very hard to do that. So Seth Magaziner is likely to win. Oops. The New York Senate race has already been projected. Well, we haven't gotten a projection in the governor's race. It's interesting, though. after everything that was made about how close the governor's race could be. The Republican in the race, Lee Zeldin, is running only 4 points ahead of Chuck Schumer's Republican challenger, with 23% of the expected vote in. Curious to see how long it takes to project the governor's race, since the Senate race again has already been called. In favor of Chuck Schumer, of course. In a way, that's too bad. Well, it's not too bad because the Republican would have been terrible. ABC News projects that Republican John Kennedy will win the Senate race in Louisiana, and that was expected. John Kennedy is the senator there now, and it was expected that he was going to win again. So Maggie Korth at 9:58 p.m. says polls in Utah are closing soon. This year's Senate race is the most competitive the state has seen in decades. There is no Democrat involved. Instead, the race pits Republican incumbent Mike Lee against independent candidate Evan McMullin. A former CIA operative and GOP staffer. Well, they share a lot of positions. This is a conservative versus conservative face-off. So why has it become the most expensive race in the state's history? With McMullin supported by Democratic PACs and literally Luke Skywalker. God bless you.
Thank you.
It's largely because Lee was involved with Trump's plans to overturn the 2020 election. Lee's campaign is focused on how he did eventually accept the results of the election. Okay, and McMullin's has focused on the text messages that showed Lee working with White House staff, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, to brainstorm legal strategy to overturning those results in the weeks after the election. Lee is clearly favored to beat Evan McMullin in this race. And Holly Fong says, Republicans continue to be more concerned about election security than Democrats and independents. In our latest 538 Ipsos poll, 23% of likely Republicans ranked, quote, election security or fraud, unquote, as one of their top concerns for the country, which puts it ranked sixth in a list of 20. Meanwhile, likely Democratic voters ranked at 10th, 6%, and likely independent voters ranked at 7th, okay, which is 11%. Interesting. So, see 136 new posts. There I go, 136 new posts.
What time is
It is now 11:45. I know it's late, but we're only getting to the interesting stuff right now, right?
it? Okay.
Holly Fong says, I already went through that. Okay. There's a little video here of Ron DeSantis declaring victory, of course. His remarks after his projected election win. I don't think we have to listen to that. ABC News has projected winners in all House races in Mississippi. Democrat Benny Thompson in the 2nd District, and Republicans Trent Kelly, Michael Guest, okay, and Mike Ezel in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th, okay, respectively. I don't believe that there are any changes there in party. Okay, Benny Thompson was quite secure. Okay, and the Republicans gerrymandered the rest of the state so that the other three House races have been secure for the Republicans. So there was no change in party there. With 76% of the expected vote in Georgia, Walker has taken the lead in the U.S. Senate race, 49.1% to 49.0%. Of course, more than 50% is necessary to avoid a runoff. So that's looking like there's going to be a runoff. In our House balance of power chart, Republicans are getting closer to the majority line. We now have 181 GOP seats and 122 Democratic seats. California has not been heard from yet. In Virginia's Democratic district, Democratic incumbent Spanberger has inched ahead of Vega with 98% of the expected vote reporting. Spanberger now leads 51 to 45%. Most of the outstanding votes from populous Prince William County. The Democrats, the district's the Democratic bastion, have reported putting Spanberger in the lead. With a 2% lead and 98% of the expected vote reporting, I don't think it's possible for Spanberger to win. That's just my guess. And my district is fairly close to the end of Spanberger's district. Spanberger would have won that district if she declared for Medicare for All. The polls have now closed in Montana, and the race I'm particularly interested in there is a vote on retaining Supreme Court Justice Ingrid Gustafson. She's got more than 15 years of judicial experience, but has ended up in the center of a firestorm of Republican opposition to the court on abortion in particular and everything in general. But running against her is James Brown, the former Republican head of the State Utilities Commission, whose solo law firm represented a conservative dark money organization that the Montana Free Press describes as being at the center of a 2011 lawsuit that eventually overturned Montana's campaign finance laws against corporate spending in elections. Quote, he's framing himself as a pro-business candidate, but Gustafson is not the only state Supreme Court justice on the ballot this year, but she is only one whose race has turned into a partisan proxy battle, which has turned into the most expensive Supreme Court rate in the state's history. The Republicans in the state have been angry about a number of decisions the court has made, seeing the court as infringing on the power of the legislature. That includes, but is not limited to, some recent rulings blocking abortion restrictions, as well as a 1999 ruling the state constitution offers abortion protection under the right to privacy. Gustafson has become the focal point of this, at least partly because a couple of abortion rights groups decided she was and started fundraising for her. Okay, well, let's hope she wins out. The Democrats are leading in the races we're tracking in Kansas. Incumbent Governor Laura Kelly has 55% of the vote, with 52% reporting, while incumbent Sharice Davids has 57% of the vote, with 63% by reporting. Democratic Attorney General candidate Chris Mann has 66% of the vote, with 29% reporting. So that's good so far for Kansas. It's rare also. And Nathaniel and Galen sat down to see how the early results compare to our forecast. Well, I'm sure that's fun, but it's not really something I care about. Estimated votes remaining. The New York Times has a cool feature, Not the Needle, where they estimate how many votes are left to be counted in each county. And it looks like roughly an equal number left in counties where Warnock is leading as counties where Walker is leading, the red circles. Okay. So, but the counties where Warnock is leading are the high population counties, aren't they? Maybe Warnock will still come out ahead. Or maybe it'll go to a runoff. Then a fortune is going to be spent on that runoff. And so far, Jonathan Tamari tweets, Lackawanna County, 92% of the vote counted. Fetterman has 57% of the vote. Shapiro has 61% of the vote. Biden got 54%. This is where Scranton is. Well, that's good. That's good for Fetterman, because he's outpolling Biden there, and Biden won the state. And Lackawanna is neither Philadelphia nor Pittsburgh, where a lot of the strength of Fetterman is. And Fetterman is not that far behind Shapiro in percent of the vote. %60 of the expected vote is in Iowa's 3rd district, and Cindy Oxney is still leading 54-46, 8 points. Good. Kemp still leads Abrams 54-46. Kemp's margin is still about 8 points better than Walker's margin. Again, that would be an unusual amount of split ticket voting for Georgia. Polls are closing in Nevada. Preliminary exit polls, which might change, show that 38% called inflation the top issue in deciding their vote. 56% of voters are dissatisfied or angry about the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade, but only 26% call abortion the top issue for them in the election. The extremely close race between incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, the first the Latina in the Senate, and her Republican challenger, Adam Laxalt, could determine the balance of power in the Senate. I reported on how these were the two big issues in the race earlier this week. The state's gubernatorial race between Republican Joe Lombardo and incumbent Democratic Governor Steve Sisolak is also close. Also, Nevada is unusually reliant on the hospitality industry and was also hit hard by COVID-19 shutdowns. So it's possible that voters blame Sisolak for his handling of the pandemic. Republican Secretary of State Jim Marchant was also a vocal election denier. So whether he wins that race could have implications for how future elections in the state are conducted. Biden won the state by fewer than 34,000 votes in 2020, and all these races may come down to turnout. Another important note about the state of Nevada: voters are registered automatically, and this year registered voters were sent mail-in ballots automatically. A pandemic era change that has stayed. Mail-in ballots can be counted until Saturday, so we may not get results for some time. They have such interesting information on here. One of the interesting early results in New Hampshire's Senate race, where Hassan has run about even with Biden's 2020 margins in towns where just about all the vote is in, and Biden carried the state by 7 points. Overall, Hassan leads GOP challenger Don Bolduc 57% to 42%, with 40% of the expected vote reporting. Although that margin would likely narrow as more election day votes are reported, this could be a more comfortable win than Democrats might have expected, given some of the late polls that showed Bolduc running close to even with Hassan. Alex Samuels says 56% of the expected voters in Colorado's newly formed 8th district, where Democrat Yadira Caraveo currently leads Republican Barbara Kirkmeyer 49 to 47%. Our forecast has Kirkmeyer clearly favored in this race, so Caraveo's current lead could be due to the fact that vote by mail, which is how Colorado runs its elections, tend to favor Democrats. That could be a pickup for Democrats. In Iowa's Senate race, 35% of the vote is in, and it looks like Chuck Grassley is trailing his Democratic challenger Mike Franken 48 to 52. But don't be fooled, our forecast says Grassley is a clear favorite to win. Vote counting is a slow process, and we're likely to see several shifts in races that seem close but will ultimately be decisive as the counts trickle in. So beware of waking or too much of early returns. We expect results from Iowa tonight, though. That's interesting. There's now 22% of the votes in the Minnesota gubernatorial race, and incumbent Governor Tim Walz is ahead with 68% of the vote. That's a pretty big lead. And Maya Swedler says before midterm campaigns hit their strides this fall, which is to say, started reverting back toward Republican candidates, party leaders seemed less than enthusiastic about the candidates they were putting forth. After so much conversation about candidate quality dragging down Republicans, do early returns suggest this is a problem for the GOP? ABC News projects a Republican win in the Louisiana 3rd, but that was expected. Maya, I definitely think we can now say candidate quality was probably an issue for Republicans in New Hampshire. Republican Governor Chris Sununu has already been projected to win re-election, and Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan looks like she's doing decently in the early tallies. It's a swingy state where voters are happy to vote for a moderate Republican, but that's not who Republican primary voters nominated. Maybe they didn't want to nominate someone who they thought would only be thrown out of the party anyway. Holly Funk says in the most recent wave of our 538 Ipsos poll, we asked likely voters if they thought they had some good options to vote for on their ballot for governor, Senate, the House of Representatives, or other offices in today's elections. 25% felt they had many good options, 50% felt they had a few good options, and 9% felt they had only bad options. Most Republican voters, 89%, and likely Democrat voters, 84%, felt they had at least a few good options, compared with 16% of independent likely voters. That's very interesting. If people knew how much money these people take in both parties, how much big money they take, I don't think they would any longer think they had so many good options. I think that's the missing piece of information they need to get real about the quality of their candidates. And Zola Kamar says the ballots are rolling in from Louisiana, where any winning candidate must secure at least 50% of the votes in a race to avoid a runoff. So far, ABC News projects that Republican Steve Scalise will win in the state's first district. Democrat Troy Carter will win in the second. Oh, man, a Democrat will win. Republican Mike Johnson will win in the fourth. Republican Julia Letlow in the fifth, and Republican Garrett Graves will win in the sixth. Okay, are there any turns there? Kaylee Rogers, we're starting to get some results from Arizona, where a significant portion of the electorate votes early or absentee. In the governor's race, Katie Hobbs is leading Kari Lake 55% to 40%, with 40% of the expected vote reporting. In the Senate race, incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly leads Republican Blake Masters 56 to 41%, with 41% of the expected vote reporting. And in Arizona's second district, it's a dead heat. Republican Eli Crane slightly leads incumbent Democratic Rep Tom O'Halloran 51% to 49%, with 48% of expected votes returned. Most of these results are coming from early and absentee ballots, and while a lot of voters in Arizona, both Republican and Democrat, vote early or absentee, the majority of election day voters are going to lean red, so we'll expect these races to tighten and or Republicans to pull ahead as today's ballots get tallied. So that's very interesting, isn't it? Katie Hobbs with a 10-point lead. That was certainly unexpected. And Jeffrey Skelly says, we've been watching the gap between the Senate and governor races in Pennsylvania, and it's continued to be sizable, with 46% of the expected vote reporting. Democrat Josh Shapiro leads Republican Doug Mastriano by about 15 points in the gubernatorial contest, while Democrat John Fetterman leads Oz by about 5 points in the Senate race. That 10-point gap in margin between the races is sizable, especially in an era of less ticket-splitting voting. Further growth in that gap would probably be bad news for Fetterman, too, as Shapiro is favored to win. So the closer Fetterman can run to him, the better his chances. Yes. So, Jeff, if Shapiro hits 55, that's a good sign. Fetterman is pushing 50. Right, but Shapiro is at 61. Kaylee Rogers said, in one type of race I'm interested in tonight are elections for secretaries of states, where an election denier is running. Secretaries of state are typically the chief election official for their state, so they have a lot of authority over administering elections and certifying the results. Having an individual who doesn't believe the last election was a legitimate one, in spite of a complete lack of evidence, could put future election at risk. There are 10 states tonight where the Republican candidate for Secretary of State has at least questioned the results of the 2020 election. In Arizona and Nevada, the races are particularly competitive. As I mentioned earlier, the Arizona race pits state lawmaker Republican Mark Fincham against former Maricopa County Recorder Democrat Adrian Fontes. And Fincham has been a hardline proponent of Trump's claims of a stolen election. In Nevada, Republican Jim Marchant is facing Democrat Francisco Aguilar. Marchant has also claimed the 2020 election was stolen and said in a debate, quote, "Your vote hasn't counted for decades." God. God. Jeffrey Skelly says, Jacob, that seems like a decent marker. I expect more election day votes will lower their vote shares a bit more, but there are still mail ballots to count too, which will be Democratic leaning. So I guess we'll see just how much things swing in either direction as we get more vote totals reported. Democrats are ever so slightly ahead to keep the Senate in prediction markets. That's interesting and good news. Okay, let me see. Okay, Nathaniel Rakic says, it sure looks like poor candidate quality hurt Republicans. Yeah, look at how much worse Walker is doing in Georgia than Kemp. A tie versus an 8-point lead. Or Mastriano versus Oz in Pennsylvania. Mastriano is losing the governor's race by 16 points, and Oz is losing by only 6. Clearly, there were some voters in those states who were open to voting Republican, but didn't vote for the flawed Republicans, says Nathaniel Rakic. And Jacob Rubashkin says, in Michigan, we've only got about 22% of the vote counted, but Governor Gretchen Whitmer is running ahead of Republican Tudor Dixon, 52 to 47%. And the abortion rights ballot measure is winning 54 to 46%. And Nathaniel Rakic is making a comment on exit polls, which I won't read again. How the parties are performing in each county as of 11:44 p.m., with 88% of the statewide expected vote reporting in Georgia. We have 2020 benchmarks. Trend line represents Republican overperformance. I'm not sure what that last graph actually tells us. It sort of tells me that the Republican overperformance, okay, I don't see that it's very much. Here again is a scatter plot comparing the current county by county margins in the Georgia Senate race to county by county benchmarks we've calculated that would point to an exactly tied race. We've also made it clear which side of the line represents a Democratic overperformance and which represents a Republican overperformance. As you can see, we're still on track for a photo finish in Georgia. If I had to guess, I'd say this one is going to be December 6th by runoff. I believe Nathaniel Rakic is right. I don't know how much, I guess 88% of the vote is in now. I don't know if the remaining 12% is sufficient to build a sufficiently large lead to get somebody over 50%. With 75% of the expected vote in, Democrat Wiley Nickel still maintains a fairly sizable edge over Republican Bo Hines in North Carolina's 13th district, 53% to 47%. In the Pennsylvania 12th, Progressive Democrat Summer Lee is leading with 66% of the vote reporting. Lee won a close primary despite heavy outside funding and opposition. In the primaries, a number of the progressive candidates faced heavy outside spending from the United Democracy Project, a pro-Israel super PAC funded by the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, and lost. Lee, however, eked out a primary win. She did eke it out. If you look at the 10 toss-up House races, there's some reasonable amount of vote in so far. Democrats lead in 8 and Republicans lead in 2. Obviously, there can be blue shifts or red shifts in particular areas, but that gives you a sense for how Democrats are performing a little better than expected in the House. In North Carolina's Senate race, Republican Ted Budd is now ahead in his race against Democrat Sherry Beasley, 51% to 47%, with about 86% of the expected vote in. That, of course, is no good. It is also notable that in Arizona, Katie Hobbs is leading at about the same rate as Mark Kelly, 55 and 56% respectively, which is not totally what we expected heading into Election Day. Kelly was performing better than Hobbs, and Lake is performing slightly better than Masters, which we expected, but that might be partly due to the wildcard factor of Mark Victor, the Libertarian candidate, who was pulling 2% of the vote. If you add that 2% to Masters' 41%, you get a lot closer to Lake's 45%. That was by Kaylee Rogers at 10:28. There are 3 Democratic races here, one in the Florida 13th, one in the Florida 7th, and one in the Tennessee 5th, that are going to 3 candidates. They previously were Democratic seats. They're now going to 3 candidates that have a current lead of 8.6%, 17.1%, and 12.8%, all Republicans. Those are candidates for flipping to the Republican side and bringing things closer to the prediction that the Republicans will take over the House. These races have been projected for the party that does not currently hold a seat as of 10:28 Eastern Time. So far, 2 House seats in Florida have flipped. Well, according to this chart, there are 3 House seats that have flipped. One is in Tennessee, in the Tennessee 5th. So, the Democrats now have 41 Senate seats. The Republicans have 41 Senate seats, and there are 18 that are undecided as of 10:28, 18 that are uncalled. There's a projection for Texas Governor Greg Abbott that he will win his race against Democrat Beto O'Rourke. Nate, has your boy Nathaniel Blur gotten in touch to Crow yet? And Monica Potts says, basically Nathaniel wrote last month about how the Attorney General race in Iowa is one of the most important in the country. The Democrat Tom Miller has held that office for 38 years, but Guthrie County Attorney General Brenna Bird is trying to defeat him. Iowa has become more Republican in recent cycles, according to the New York Times. It's Miller who is leading 55% to 45% with about a third of the vote in. So hopefully Miller can hold on. Kaylee Rogers said it's still too early for ABC News' decision desk to call, but we have a possible upset alert. Republican Lauren Boebert, the conservative firebrand representing Colorado's 3rd District, who once vowed to carry her Glock in Congress and has embraced Trump's claim that the 2020 election was stolen, is currently trailing in her re-election bid with 71% of expected votes reporting. Boebert has 48%, while her challenger, Democrat and former Aspen City Council member Adam Frisch, leads with 52%. Our forecast gave Boebert a 97 in 100 chance of winning. So if Frisch can maintain 71% of the vote? Well, if Frisch can maintain his lead, it will be a surprising ouster. I look forward to that surprising ouster. Okay, is anybody still with me on this? I'm going through it all. Is anybody still here checking me out? Whoa! Hi, folks. I'm so glad you're still here. Kay says, well, I'm going to bed. We won't know what is going on for days. It looks like Ohio is a mess again. Shake my head. And Kay says, night, Steve. Good night, everyone. I'm going to bed. Steve says, we don't close for another hour. This will take several days to sort out. I better get to bed. The one really outstanding results, today from a progressive point of view was Maxwell Frost's victory in Florida. I think I've got his first name wrong, but anyway, that was a victory we were all hoping for, and it did happen. Okay, I'm going to get back to going through the stuff here. If Lauren Boebert gets beat, that will be wonderful. It might have an impact on these Republican Trumpists. So watching 2 state races in Minnesota that ABC News isn't tracking, the Attorney General race and the Secretary of State race between a Democratic and Republican, a Democratic incumbent and a Republican election denier. State data on those races show about 14% of the vote is in on both of them. So far, Democratic incumbent Keith Ellison is winning the Attorney General race with 66%, and Democratic incumbent Steve Simon has an even bigger lead in the Secretary of State race with 70%. 66% and 70%. Big leads in those races. I think those leads are going to get bigger also. And next is Humera Lodi. Nathaniel, you updated us a little while ago on Wisconsin's gubernatorial race, which 538 forecast is a toss-up and where Evers is leading currently. It'll be interesting to see how the results of the election will shape the landscape of guns in the state. Evers vetoed a bill to notify federal gun law that was passed by the state legislature last year, but Republican opponent Tim Meekles is an NRA-endorsed candidate and has been a much more staunch supporter of gun rights, including his opposition to red flag laws that keep guns away from domestic abusers. And let's go a little bit above that. And the next is from Maggie Korth again. She says the gun violence polling data Pew Marriage has posted reminds me of an interesting thing I noticed in the Minnesota Attorney General race. Violent crime rose across the state between 2019 and 2021, and both Democratic incumbent Keith Ellison and challenger Jim Schultz have expressed concern about that. But Ellison has approached this as a gun control issue, prosecuting the Fleet Farm chain of superstores for repeatedly selling firearms to straw man purchases, for example. And Schultz has framed it as a reason to increase the number of prosecutors get tough on crime and basically ignore everything else, including gun control. Very interesting, of course. Pennsylvania Senate results versus benchmarks as of 10:34. With 57% of the statewide expected vote recording, counties above the trend line represent Republican overperformance. There are not a lot of counties above the trend line. I don't see. So I'd say so far the Republicans are running behind expectations in Pennsylvania. That's the way I read this anyway. Slight difference, but still, the Republicans are underperforming what was thought to be the case. So that's good. Using our benchmarks, we can see how Fetterman has been running ahead of where he needs to be in Pennsylvania's Senate race. Now there's a mix of votes that are reported in different places. So this scatter plot will look different in an hour. More election day votes should help Oz, while more mail ballots would aid Fetterman. But a good sign for Fetterman is in Lackawanna County, home to Scranton, where Fetterman is leading by 16 points with basically all votes reported. That's about 9 points beyond the benchmark we think he needed to have there to win statewide, which was basically the same 8-point margin Biden had in 2020. So Bonnie? Hey, Bonnie? Things are looking better for Fetterman right now as of 10:34 tonight. He got great vote in Lackawanna County, which is Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that area around there.
What happened?
I said Fetterman
Oh,
got a 16-point margin in Lackawanna County around Scranton. That was much more than he was expected, to get. That's a real overperformance area for him.
yeah,
So right now, things are looking better for Fetterman.
yeah.
Of course, I'm sure there's still a lot of Pittsburgh votes to come in that will see those votes, from Allegheny County.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's been performing better than he was expected to perform.
Fantastic.
Yeah. The down ballot races in Georgia going as expected. Republicans have a narrow lead for both Attorney General and Secretary of State, quite similar to Kemp's margin in the gubernatorial race. Chris Carr leads Jen Jordan 52 to 46% for Attorney General, and Brad Raffensperger leads B. Guyen 54% to 43% for Secretary of State. Actually, Raffensperger deserves that. Raffensperger is such an interesting story, from being considered a dead man walking after standing up to Trump to potentially being the top GOP performer on the statewide ticket in Georgia. That is good. That's from Jacob Rubashkin. Jacob, it's because he came on our podcast. No better place to salvage your career. In Iowa, with 53% of the vote in, ABC News is projecting that Republican incumbent Kim Reynolds will win re-election over a Democratic challenger, Deidre DeGier. As of now, the margin is 55 to 43%. That's a slightly bigger margin than the Senate race. Grassley is currently leading Franken, his Democratic challenger, 53 to 47. We've seen split ticket voting between Senate and governor races around the country, indicating that voters might be making different choices on their representation in Congress versus their state's top executive. It could be dissatisfaction with the Biden administration or differences in how voters view national versus local issues. Okay, Kaylee Rogers, here's an update on that Republican effort to extend voting times in Maricopa County, Arizona, after there were some technical difficulties earlier today. The Maricopa County Superior Court rejected the GOP request, saying there was no evidence equipment issues prevented any voters from casting a ballot. No one was disenfranchised, said Maricopa Board of Survivors Chair Bill Gates, who is a Republican. That's interesting. With 86% of the expected vote in, the race between Axne and Nunn in the Iowa's third is incredibly close. Axne is leading 51 to 49. So that's good, but she has to hold on to that 2-point lead. Here are some Illinois votes. J.B. Pritzker, the incumbent Democratic governor of Illinois, has won re-election. This is another one that wasn't a huge surprise. In addition to being an incumbent in a blue state, Pritzker was running against highly conservative state senator Republican Darren Bailey, who has made controversial comments comparing the Holocaust to abortion. There was one moment of amity at the end of the two candidates' debate when Bailey said that he wanted Pritzker to take him suit shopping. Maybe now that can happen. Elsewhere in Illinois, ABC News projects Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth will keep her seat, as will a slew of Democratic House candidates and a few Republicans. We are still waiting on calls in Illinois 06, where Kasten is leading with 68% of the expected vote total. In Illinois 14th, where Underwood is leading with 64% of the expected vote reporting, and the Illinois 17th, where King is leading with 25% of the expected vote reporting. What's happening to Delia Ramirez? I want to see that. ABC News has projected that Democrat Representative Abigail Spanberger will win re-election in Virginia's 7th. She leads Yesli Vega 52% to 48%, with about all the expected vote reporting. Spanberger's seat changed quite a bit in redistricting, as her home base in the Richmond suburbs ended up elsewhere, but she decided to proceed with a re-election bid in the new light blue 7th District, even though it only contained about 27% of her old seat's constituents. That move worked out for her. Well, she's far too conservative for me, but still, I'm sure she's much better than Yesli Vega. We're watching two big ballot measures in Michigan, Proposal 2, which would expand voting access in various ways, and Proposal 3, which would enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution. Both measures are passing, with 57% for Proposal 2 and 56% for Proposal 3. Notably, both are running a few points ahead of Whitmer, who currently has 53% of the votes. I think Whitmer should be doing better. She saved that state from the fucking right wing. They were going absolutely crazy.
That word won't go on Facebook.
What?
You probably can't use that word on Facebook, right?
Well, what word did I use? What word did I use?
You just called somebody fucking.
Oh, okay. Well, what can we do? Every once in a while, you just get real enthused about something.
It just gets to be too much for you.
Which House and Senate seats have changed hands so far? There are 3 Democratic seats that have changed so far to Republican, 2 in Florida, 1 in Tennessee. Similar to Florida's story, with this also centered around districting. Tennessee's new map broke up a Democratic stronghold district in Nashville, formerly D+15 partisan lean, pushing the boundaries of that district further southwest to include more Republican rural counties. The net gain of 1 Republican-leaning seat from this new congressional map has already paid dividends for the GOP, which flipped another one of the 5 seats they need to control, to win control of the chamber. Wait, we haven't heard from California yet, buddies. We haven't heard from the West yet. We haven't heard from the collective West. We're still playing around in the middle of the country. We're still in flyover country. Just another little note about Lauren Barber to give you a sense of her politics if you're somehow unfamiliar. I was in Colorado earlier this year reporting on Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters, who has been indicted for allegedly allowing an unauthorized individual to copy and leak election equipment data. During that trip, I attended the Mesa County GOP Assembly, where Boebert, whose district includes Mesa County, spoke. She said that voting not to certify some of the 2020 election was one of the things she was most proud of as a member of Congress, quipped about not having to be a biologist to know what a woman is, a dig at Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, and said Planned Parenthood could, quote, go fuck themselves.
You did it again.
I was just quoting from a congressperson.
Okay.
I'm allowed to quote from a congressperson.
Okay.
And Amelia Thompson DeVoe said, ABC News projects that Republican Eric Schmidt has won the Senate race in Missouri. Schmidt, who is currently serving as the state's attorney general, will replace Republican Roy Blunt, who is retiring after 12 years in the Senate. But Schmidt's opponent, Democrat Trudy Bush Valentine, had plenty of cash to spend. She's the daughter of August Bush Jr., the late former chairman of the Anheuser-Busch Beer Company, but she never gained any momentum in Missouri, which is a fairly reliable red state. Well, but she didn't run on Medicare for All either, did she? And she's an oligarch herself, right? ABC News projects that Democrat Sharice Davids will win in the Kansas 3rd. Yes, I knew she had it locked up. Several races in New Jersey have tightened up considerably. In the 5th district, with about 28% of the vote reporting, Josh Gottheimer is leading by just 2 points, 51 to 49%. And in the 7th district, with about 75% of the vote reporting, Tom Mr. Malinowski is up 51 to 49. I'm having a little trouble with that. I'm getting tired. Amelia Thompson DeVoe says, let's check in on the Kentucky anti-abortion ballot measure. We have 64% of the expected vote reporting, and the abortion rights side is still in the lead with 53%, while the anti-abortion rights side has 47%. The abortion rights side of the amendment continues to run well ahead of the Democratic Senate candidate, signaling that some voters are crossing party lines to oppose this ballot measure, which would effectively end all legal opposition to abortion bans in Kentucky. Voters are crossing party lines to oppose this ballot measure. That would be great.
Look what I did.
Cool. That's very cool.
Yeah.
That looks better in the back.
Yeah.
So, going further, going to 1050. This is November 8th from Zona Kamar, 10:49 p.m. Spanberg is one of the 45 2018 Blue Wave House freshmen running tonight, and one of 3 hailing from Virginia alone. She and Wexton in the state's 10th districts have won, while we're still waiting on Luria in the 2nd. Of the 45 total, our forecast showed that 15 2018 freshmen had at least a 99% chance of winning tonight, while Spanberger fell among the 10 of that cohort with the next best range of odds between 80% and 99%. We're still waiting on a sizable cohort. Wait a minute. Sorry, I scrolled up too fast. We're still waiting on a sizable cohort of these 45 races to be called tonight, especially considering a handful are coming from the West Coast. Other candidates, like Pappas in New Hampshire's 1st or Hayes in Connecticut's 5th, are in states where polls have been closed for a while, but we continue to wait for the projections. I don't know Pappas's first name, but that's Johanna Hayes in Connecticut's 5th district. And Nate Silver has a remark at 10:50. I really want to emphasize again that figuring out who wins the Senate and maybe even the House could take a long time. I had a dinner reservation with a friend on Thursday night and warned him there was a 20% chance I'd have to cancel because I'd get pulled into work. I think the chances of that are way north of 20% now. The Kansas governor race is now at 77% reporting, with Kelly ahead at 51%, says Maggie Korth. And Amelia Thompson DeVoe at 10:51 says, with 48% of the expected vote reporting, Kathy Hochul has a comfortable lead over Zeldin in the New York governor's race, 61% versus 39%. The race has been perceived as uncomfortably competitive for Democrats, but it doesn't really look that way right now. Hochul held a rally last week with Vice President Kamala Harris and former New York Senator Hillary Clinton, urging women in Manhattan to vote and arguing that if they didn't, abortion rights could be at risk. Zeldin, a Long Island congressman,
Did Hillary bring her story?
has focused on crime and the high cost of living. That didn't work so well in New York, I guess. Good old New York. Now, ABC News projects that Maggie Hassan will win the Senate race in New Hampshire. With 74% reporting in the Kansas Attorney General race, the margins are narrowing. Democrat Chris Mann is at 51%, and Republican Chris Kobach is at 49%. Looks good to defeat Chris Kobach. And Jacob Rubashkin has said, "It's wild to me that the pro-abortion rights measures are performing so similarly in Kentucky and Michigan." It's wild, but great, right? Amelia Thompson DeVoe says, "I'm actually not that surprised that the Kentucky and Michigan abortion ballot measures look so similar, Jacob. Yes, Kentucky is a much more conservative state than Michigan, but the Kentucky amendment is just about whether abortion is explicitly not part of the state constitution. It won't actually change anything about the status quo, so it's easier to make an argument that will appeal to some of the anti-abortion voters. Michigan, meanwhile, is voting on whether to affirmatively add abortion rights to the state constitution, which is always going to be a more difficult sell, even in a more liberal state. It may be a more difficult sell, but it's selling. It's selling. ABC News is projecting that Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley will win re-election to the Senate. Grassley, who is 89, was first sworn into the Senate in 1981, which makes his Senate tenure as old as some of the millennial voters are. Makes his Senate tenure it'll be 42 years then, right? 7 terms. Yeah, 7 times 6 is 42. So there are senators who have served for a longer period of time. Of course, the name of Strom Thurmond comes to mind. New Hampshire is the first of the Big Five competitive Senate races to have a projected winner. It was the least competitive. Hassan had a 72 in 100 chance of winning in our pre-election forecast. In other words, it was the easiest lift for Democrats. So this doesn't mean a ton of control of the Senate. Still, it does mean that Democrats will avoid their worst case scenario of losing all 5 of these races, which seem to be on the table in the closing days of the campaign as chatter about a red wave increased. So, ABC News projects Republican J.D. Vance will win the Senate race in Ohio. ABC News is also projecting that Iowa voters will pass an amendment to enshrine the right to bear arms in their state constitution. The amendment is expected to make it harder for any gun control measures to stand up in court. So far, Democrats have gained 2 governor seats. Maura Healey will be the first woman to be governor of Massachusetts. In Maryland, the Democrat Wes Moore made history by becoming the state's first black governor and the country's 3rd elected black governor, according to NPR. Wes Moore, I believe, is going to be very successful. He seems like a very formidable individual. And he could use the governorship in Maryland as a springboard to candidacy, to presidential candidacy. ABC News projects I said that already. They're projecting J.D. Vance. We're still waiting for a handful of House races in New York that both parties have been trying hard to win. One race I'm watching in particular is the 17th district, where 57% of the expected vote is in, and Republican Michael Lawler is leading incumbent Democrat Representative Sean Patrick Maloney 55% to 45%. Now, Maloney, who's also the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, currently represents the New York 18th, but decided to run in the 17th after redistricting and successfully fended off a challenge from the left. The district was rejoined to give an edge to Democrats, so even if he isn't technically the incumbent, he has an advantage, and he's also significantly outraised the Lawler, who is a state legislator. So a Democratic loss would be pretty dramatic. Yes, it would be dramatic, and I would not like to see it because Lawler, well, it would be very bad if the Republicans took over the House. I know they're favored to do it. That's what's expected. But for Sean Patrick Maloney to lose that race after shunting Mondaire Jones into another district in which he lost the primary, and which other progressives were defeated by a Wall Street Democrat, all I can say is Schadenfreude.
What's that?
Schadenfreude. But I still wouldn't like to see it. I still wouldn't like to see it. Also, Lawler was outraised also. That's really something. So the Republican was outraised. But this Democrat took a lot of big money. If the dump the incumbents rule was followed, then the votes should have gone to Lawler. The only mitigating factor is that it would not be good for the majority in the House to go to the Republicans. The consequence of that is there's going to be a lot of impeaching of Joe Biden. It won't be successful, but it will be a freaking waste of time and a distraction. If Mastriano was going to run ahead of Oz anywhere, it was likely to be in his home terrain of south central Pennsylvania, in counties like Franklin and Adams that overlap his state Senate district. But in both counties, Oz still outpaces Mastriano. That's very interesting. Okay, the Republicans now have 202 House seats, and the Democrats have 173 House seats. 60 House seats are undecided as yet. This is the current balance of power as of 11:02 p.m. The Republicans don't have control yet, and we haven't seen any of the California results. Also, Melanie Stansbury just won in New Mexico, and that is very good news. She won a special election. Now she's won a full term, and she was pretty lefty, as I recall, so that's a good thing. That note was by Zohar Kamar at 11:04. It's worth stepping back and considering the full scope of DeSantis' victory in Florida. He's currently leading by 20 points with 94% of the vote counted. That's a hefty margin in a state that up until 2 years ago was the quintessential swing state. For context, the last 3 gubernatorial races in Florida were decided by 1 point, 1 point, and 0.4 percentage points. He's even leading by double digits in traditional Democratic in Miami-Dade County, showing his support among the state's Hispanic population. Even outpaced Marco Rubio, South Florida's very own. It's a stunning victory for the potential 2024 presidential candidate, and might convince him to throw his hat in the ring even if Trump were to run again. And it is sure to embolden DeSantis' backers in the GOP, who are hungry for a non-Trump option. So that is significant. From our point of view, though, the anti-fascist point of view, most probably DeSantis is more dangerous than Trump. He is much brighter. He is much smarter, and therefore more to be feared. ABC News has projected that Democrat Josh Shapiro will defeat Republican Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania's governor race. Shapiro, the state's attorney general, had polled ahead of Mastriano throughout the cycle, aided by Mastriano's many controversial positions, including his strong embrace of Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was fraudulent. Amelia Thompson DeVoe, Shapiro's win means that abortion will almost certainly stay legal in Pennsylvania for the next 4 years. The current Democratic governor, Tom Wolf, has vetoed several abortion bans during his term, and Shapiro is poised to do the same thing if the Republican legislature passes more anti-abortion legislation, because that's important, because some women may be traveling to Pennsylvania for abortions, and an abortion ban in such a large state would have a big impact. So that is certainly very good. ABC News projects that Republican Brian Kemp will win the governor race in Georgia. So I guess that's it for Stacey Abrams for another few years. ABC News projects that Democrat Kathy C. Hochul will win the governor race in New York. One big question is whether Walker might perform a little worse in a runoff without Kemp to help him. Nate, that's a very good thought. If there is a runoff, then Warnock will be getting national support from Democrats all over the country. I think he will likely win a runoff again. There's now 27% in Minnesota's 2nd District, and Republican challenger Tyler Kistner is leaning Democratic incumbent Angie Craig 51% to 46%. Craig is a fiscal moderate who opposed Minneapolis's Amendment 2 last year, which would have reorganized public safety departments in the city and removed the minimums on hiring police. That amendment was framed as opponents by defunding the police, despite being opposing the amendment, working to support the families of officers who died by suicide because of job-related stress. Craig has been framed in attack ads as being in favor of defunding the police. Dirty campaigning as usual from the Republicans. Sometimes it works. But that was only 27% of the vote in Minnesota's 2nd District. There's plenty of time, plenty of space for the Democrat Angie Craig to catch up. Nate, I think not having Kemp is probably a net negative for Walker, but I also think the bigger question is whether Senate control is on the line in a runoff. If it is, that seems like it would accrue to Walker's benefit because it would allow him to continue to nationalize the rate and let his supporters overlook his personal baggage. But if it's not going to determine the majority, do Republicans still bother turning out for Walker in the numbers he needs? Polls have shown he's less popular among his voters than Warnock is among his. Well, that's very interesting. Interesting comment. And Nathaniel Rakich says, big projection there in Georgia for Brian Kemp, although his victory was not unexpected. After crushing a Trump-backed opponent in the primary, he was in great shape in the general election since the primary had made him seem like a more moderate option. And for Stacey Abrams, all the promise she exhibited as Democratic rising star in 2018 came for naught, as she is likely to do worse in this race than 4 years ago. I remember when she was reportedly debating between running for Senate in 2020 and governor in 2022. Considering Warnock's win in 2020-21, it looks like Abrams made the wrong choice. Yeah, I think she did make the wrong choice. But I think Warnock, in the end, will make a much better senator than Stacey Abrams. Maggie Korth says 14% of the vote in the Utah Senate race is in, and Lee has a big lead, 60% over McMullen, 37%. How election deniers are doing tonight as of 11:10 p.m. They're doing uncomfortably well, I'm afraid, which means the budding civil war in the United States will continue on. There was some who definitely lost. There was some of the deniers who retired. Anyway, I'm going to go through that a little later. I want to keep on going. Speaking of candidates embracing the claim of 2020 election was fraudulent. Yeah, okay.
Can I use them
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm still
1
gonna
minute?
talk through this. ABC News is also projecting that Republican Brad Raffensperger has won re-election as Georgia's Secretary of State. He also survived the Trump-backed primary challenger, somewhat surprisingly, and it's no surprise he won the general election too, given the bipartisan praise he got for refusing to overturn the 2020 presidential election results in Georgia. He should get a big congratulations from Joe Biden. with 57% of the expected vote in, Arkansas's marijuana recreational legalization ballot is losing 57% to 43%. This is a bit of a surprise given the polling, but the no campaign had been eroding support recently. Governor Asa Hutchinson and the State Chamber of Commerce had urged voters to oppose it. However, marijuana legalization is popular nationwide, and medical marijuana was legalized in the state in 2019. That was Monica Potts.
Okay.
And there are a handful of races in New York that both parties have been vying for. Let's check in on them. Overall, it doesn't look like the Democratic wipeout that some had predicted for New York, although there are some promising signs for Republicans in a couple of races. In New York's 3rd District, we have 60% of the vote reporting, and it's neck and neck between Republican George Santos and Democrat Robert Zimmerman, with Santos in the lead. The district's current representative, Democrat Tom Suozzi, gave up his seat to run against Kathy Hochul in the gubernatorial primary. He lost. Santos is making a second run for this seat after losing to Suozzi in 2020. In the 4th District, Democrat Lauren Gillen has a slim lead over Republican Anthony D'Esposito, with 41% of the vote reporting. This is another open seat vacated by a retiring Democrat. Gillen is a local town supervisor and has pitched herself as a moderate option. But D'Esposito is a town councilman. The 18th District is another one to watch. In August, Democrat Pat Ryan defeated Republican Mark having trouble with the M's. Okay, it's Molinaro for the 19th District. We're reserving out the rest of Representative Antonio Delgado's term. Delgado resigned to serve as New York Lieutenant Governor. Ryan's 2 percentage point win was one of several unexpectedly good special election results. For Democrats, if he wins, he'll transition to being the representative for the 18th. His opponent is 32-year-old Carlin Schmidt, who currently serves in the New York State Assembly. Right now, with 65% of the vote reporting, Ryan is leading with 55%. Then there's a 19th District, another close race for an open seat. Democrat John Riley and Republican Molinaro have both played up their moderate credentials. And after Molinaro lost in the special election this summer, outside groups have spent millions trying to paint each candidate as an extremist. With 30% of the vote reporting, Riley is in the lead with 55%. Finally, there's a 22nd District. The Central New York District changed a lot during redistricting in 2021, and there isn't an incumbent in the race. One of the representatives who could have laid claim to this district is retiring, and the other is running on friendlier turf. But Democrat Francis Knoll and Republican Brandon Williams, both are military veterans. Knoll has declined to support Biden running for re-election in 2024 and promised to govern in a bipartisan way. Right now, only 13% of the vote is in, and Williams is ahead with 54% of the vote. It's going to be funny to see how this House works out. A lot of new people are showing up, and some of them are more conservative than Democrats ought to be. In Pennsylvania's 12th District, which is centered on Pittsburgh, Democrat Summer Lee is projected to prevail. Although the district leans very Democratic, the race had given Democrats some heartache, as her GOP challenger had the same name as an outgoing Democratic representative. Oh, geez, there's still some people here. Amazing. Still one person here, anyway. Hi, Shane. I think that Shane and Brandy and Dee around the world are here. So, although the district leans very Democratic, the race had given Democrats some heartache, as her GOP challenger had the same name as an outgoing but Democratic rep. Hey, Barney, you still awake?
What happened?
Oh, don't worry, it's okay. But Summer Lee is projected to win in the Pennsylvania 12th.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That is wonderful. Now we're wondering about what happened to Chris Deluzio, and of course we need more confirmation on John Fetterman. So, Haley Rogers points out Santos in New York's 3rd District is also someone who attended the January 6th rally. He has said he was at the Ellipse where Trump made his speech that day. Elsewhere on the New York ballot, 54% of the expected vote in the governor's race is reporting, and Hochul has a wide lead over Zeldin, 60-40. This is not what the media narrative predicted going into the race. In October, there were reports of Zeldin surge and a race that was uncomfortably close for Democrats. However, Hochul was favored to win in our forecast, and things are looking good for her right now. They really are looking good for Kathy Hochul. Polls closed in California 20 minutes ago. This is Maya Swedler at 11:21. But nobody should be holding their breath, with Democrats expected to run the table at the state level, and incumbent Senator Alex Padilla already projected to win twice. Okay, yes, in different elections. One to finish the final 2 months of Vice President Kamala Harris's term, and one for a new 6-year term. There are only a few House races we're following. They're mostly in Southern California and the Central Valley, but given how California conducts its elections, we're not expecting a ton of calls in quick succession. The state will count ballots postmarked by Election Day that arrive up to a week later. And some of the counties and the congressional districts we're interested in are notoriously slow. So if you're hoping hear about the fates of Representatives Katie Porter, Michelle Steele, Young Kim, Josh Harder, Mike Garcia et al., you might need to wait a bit longer. Well, what happened to Angelica Duenas? I'm really interested in that one. Key race projected. Looks like another close Senate contest in North Carolina, but once again, Democrats failed to prevail. Despite an early lead for Democrat Sherry Beasley, ABC News has projected a win for the Republican Ted Budd, who currently leads 51-47 with 91% of the expected vote in. On the one hand, this shouldn't be too surprising since North Carolina Democrats haven't won a Senate race in the state since 2008, and we always expected this race to be competitive, given that recent North Carolina federal elections have been very close. But I'm curious as to just how much of Beasley's loss can be attributed to lackluster support from national Democrats for her campaign. Now, the Democrats probably didn't want to spend money on it. Don't know why in that particular case. Keeping an eye on other important pairs of senator and governor races, Wisconsin is near the top of the list. In the governor's race, Democratic incumbent Tony Evers leads Republican Timothy Meikle by 3 points, 51% to 48%, while in the Senate race, Republican incumbent Ron Johnson leads Democrat Mandela Barnes by a bit more than 1 point, 50.7% to 49.1%. This means there's about a 5-point gap in margins between the two races. D plus 3 versus R plus 2. The closeness between the two races might mean that Barnes has a real shot at overtaking Johnson, or that Meikles might be able to catch Evers. Much depends on what votes are outstanding. Overall, 66% of the expected vote has reported, but Wisconsin's vote is very much about how much is left in Milwaukee and Dane counties, home to Madison. The two deep blue vote sources. The good news for Republicans is that much of Danes County vote is in, but Democrats can pin their hopes on the fact that just 57% of Milwaukee's expected vote has reported at this point. It would be great if the Democrats won the race in Wisconsin. That would be wonderful. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, that would be terrific. ABC News has projected Democratic Representative Sanford Bishop has won re-election in Georgia's 2nd District. He currently leads Republican Chris West 55 to 45. This district got a bit redder in redistricting, leading to early speculation that Bishop could lose, but he was always a pretty clear favorite in our forecast. That was by Nathaniel Rakich. And again, Nathaniel Rakich says, we're up to 61% in the race for Wisconsin governor, and Evers leads Meikles 51% to 48%. This race could still go either way, but it sounds like Republicans are pessimistic. They're probably looking at where the outstanding votes are coming from, and that would be why they'd be pessimistic. ABC News projects that Democrat Patty Murray will win the Senate race in Washington. I'm so glad of that because there was a real threat there that Patty Murray could possibly be defeated, which would have made it necessary for the Democrats to pick up yet one more seat. It's been a slow count from Connecticut so far, but we're finally starting to get some clarity. ABC News projects incumbent Senator Richard Blumenthal will win the re-election for the Senate. Meanwhile, we're still awaiting results for the governor's race in all 5 House seats. That said, there's really only one major race in the state that's raising eyebrows. Incumbent Jahana Hayes, another 2018 Blue Wave freshman, is hoping to keep her seat. Meanwhile, Johnson leads Barnes 51% to 49%. There really hasn't been a lot of split ticket voting in Wisconsin, but the tiny bit there may have been enough to lead to a Democratic win for governor and a Republican win for Senate. As others in this live blog have noted, as I've written previously, a loss for Abrams isn't too surprising, but I'm curious to see where she lands next. Back in 2018, she was heralded by the Democratic Party as a promising new leader, and there was speculation about whether she'd be chosen as Biden's running mate during his 2020 bid for the presidency. a prospect, okay, that Abrams welcomed. Of course, it's probably way too early for Abrams to announce uh, what's next for her, but she could risk her political credibility if she decides to run again and loses. I've plugged this story once before, but one last time won't hurt, right? In short, candidates who fail to win uh, two consecutive runs for office could be marked as perennial candidates, plus candidates who have had multiple unsuccessful bids for higher office often don't have great track records. So, I was always pretty skeptical of the polling showing Zeldin tight. It had the feel of wish casting since the media care so much about New York. This was but Nate Silver at 1127. It's also the sort of race where Democrats have been motivated to turn out by the narrative that the race was close. There's otherwise not a ton to vote for if you're a New York City voter, for instance, since the mayoral election occurs in off years, since there aren't many competitive congressional districts in New York City. ABC News projects Patty Murray will win re-election, defeating Republican Tiffany Smiley, a triage nurse in her first run for office. Smiley had impressed Republicans in D.C., but falls short in the Evergreen State. So, there are 5 Senate seats that have now gone, House seats, 4 House seats that have gone to the Republicans. The 4th one is Elaine Luria's seat. With ABC's latest projection in Virginia's 2nd District, we now have 4 House seats that Democrats have lost. Virginia's 2nd used to be highly competitive prior to the redistricting cycle, but its new congressional lines now mean a Republican-leaning district with an R+6 partisan lean. So that's Elaine Luria, Jen A. Kiggins, the challenger, is now projected as the winner in that race. So the Republicans have gained 4 seats, but California has not come up yet. Washington has not come up yet. Oregon has not come up yet. ABC News projects that Connecticut Democratic Governor Ned Lamont will win re-election. That was by Zohar Kamar. We now have 46 Senate seats for both sides that have been decided. We have 8 remaining seats that are undecided. So we have to see how those go. Each party currently holds 46 seats each. That last was by Paroma Soni, who hasn't had too many little blogs here before. Tonight, another projected race is that Democrat Greg Landsman will win in the Ohio 1st. Landsman had a 16.1% chance of winning in 538's final deluxe pre-election forecast. Now, I don't know whether that was a Democratic seat, so he's going into a previously Democratic seat, or whether that was an entirely vacant seat. If that was a vacant seat, then the Democrats have flipped the seat now. And it's back to an advantage the Republicans have in terms of 3 flipped seats instead of 4 flipped seats. But I don't know if that's the case yet. ABC News win in Ohio 1st, yeah. We have a projection in Ohio. ABC News projects incumbent Democratic Rep. Marcy Kaptur will win election in Ohio's 9th District, fending off Republican challenger J.R. Majewski. That is a good result for us. During redistricting, Republicans in the Ohio legislature redrew the 9th District to make it much more favorable to the GOP. In the old district, Kaptur's district had a partisan lean of D plus 16. Under the new map, it's R plus 6. That made it fertile ground for Republicans to pick up a seat. However, Majewski proved to be a weak candidate. He's an election desire, attended January 6th, and perhaps more crucially, had a minor scandal when the AP reported that he had misrepresented his military service record. So that also hurt him in that seat. Marcy Kaptur has been in the Congress for a very long time. She was very active in the 2009-2010 struggles over the Medicare, I shouldn't say the Medicare reform, but the healthcare reform. She ended up as a supporter of the ACA, but before that, she was with a group of Catholic House members who would not vote for the ACA until the Hyde Amendment was put into the ACA. That created quite a last-minute stress period for Democrats. After that, the Kaptur, who was normally considered a progressive, got caught in another redistricting where her opponent was Dennis Kucinich. The Republicans got to redistrict at that time in 2011, and in 2012, Kaptur found herself in the same district as Dennis Kucinich, another popular Democratic congressperson who was perhaps the most lefty person in the congressional delegation. And Marcy Kaptur won the matchup. Part of that district was later put into to Nina Turner's district, or the district that Nina Turner was going to run in, and part of that district is therefore now in Shontel Brown's district, which is all very interesting. But Marcy Kaptur won, and she will stay around for at least another 2 years. I can't remember how many years that she's had in Congress. It might be 22 years already. It's a long time. The National Republican Congressional Committee spiked a nearly 1 million ad buy it had planned in the race. In the end, that plus Kaptur's incumbent edge looked to be enough to keep this seat a blue seat. So, that was another projection for Ohio. The projections are now coming in very quickly. ABC News projects that Democrat Janet T. Mills will win the governor race in Maine. The voters of Maryland have spoken. ABC News projects the ballot measure legalizing recreational marijuana in Maryland has passed. Elsewhere in Maryland, the incumbent House member in Maryland's 6th District could be in trouble. A Democrat, David Trone, won his seat in 2018, and this year's race is a rematch against State Delegate Neil Parrott. The seat got a lot more competitive during redistricting, which is why we're watching it tonight. Trone is one of the wealthiest members of Congress, and he has spent, how much has he spent here? Millions on his re-election bid. Right now, with 63% of the expected vote reporting, Parrott is leading with 53% of the votes. Oh, it would be unfortunate if the Democrats were to lose a seat there in Maryland. Really ridiculous. Big money again. Okay, the current balance of power in the House, 222 to 213. Now we have the Democrats at 175, the Republicans at 203. There are 57 seats left to be decided, and there is still California coming up. California, it may have lost a seat, but if I recall correctly, it's got 50 or 51 seats right now. And 45 of them, something like that, are Democratic seats. So that's going to greatly add to the totals of the Democrats. It should put them ahead of the Republicans. If there are 45 Democratic seats there, and let's say 7 Republican seats, that puts them at 38 seats, a gain of 38 seats. According to what's going on here, 25 of those seats would bring the Democrats to 200, and the other 13 seats would bring them up to 213. There are Democratic seats still to be heard from in Oregon, in Washington. This is going to be real close. I don't know whether the Republicans are really going to gain the House as has been actually projected. But some surprising House wins in Ohio and 57 seats yet to be called. The balance of power in the House is Democrats at 175 seats and Republicans at 203, with California still to be heard from. 55 seats to be decided. The count is now 176 for Democrats, 204 for Republicans. So in Kansas, 82% of the vote is in. Kobach and Mann are now tied at 50-50. A Kobach win here would have some big implications for immigrant communities in Kansas, as well as for voting rights in the state. At every stage of his career, Kobach has focused on rooting out voter fraud, which he heavily blames on illegal immigrants, even when he couldn't find evidence of fraud, that fraud was happening. Oh, he's an awful person, ABC News projects that embattled Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has won his re-election bid against the Democrat Rochelle Garza. So there's a piece of bad news. Upset alert in our first 2 upsets of the night, whenever the projected winner had less than a 40 in 100 chance in the final deluxe forecast. ABC News projects that Democrat Amelia Sykes will win the Ohio 13th over Republican Madison Bajesiano Gilbert. Sykes had an 18.6 chance of winning in 538's final deluxe pre-election forecast. And in Ohio's first district Democrat Greg Landsman is projected to win over Republican Representative Steve Chabot. That's interesting. Chabot was rising into the Republican ranks of the powerful. Landsman had a 16.1% chance of winning in the final forecast. That is so interesting. I don't know how late we're going to sleep tomorrow, but it's going to be late. I posted about the Minnesota 2nd District race recently. Not much has changed there, but there's one thing I want to point out. At 29% reporting, 3% of the vote is going to legal marijuana now party candidate, but Paula Overby. Paula Overby is dead. After her death on October 5th, conservative groups continued to urge voters to cast a ballot for her anyway in loving memory. The last legal marijuana now party candidate in this district also died before the election, but the late Adam Weeks got 6% of the vote in this district 2020 anyway. So amazingly, it's not the unfortunate habit of dying before the election that makes the legal marijuana now candidates kind of sketchy. Weeks was one of the members of two different marijuana legalization parties implicated in GOP plans to split the vote in several races in 2020 before he declared his candidacy. Weeks had posted pro-Trump posts on Facebook as well as posts supporting other Republican candidates, only to take them down earlier. Oh, that's amazing. That was by Maggie Korth, by Galen Druk. We just got another House upset in Ohio, as Kaylee mentioned. Both the 14th and the 1st District, which our forecast saw as likely Republican, have been projected for Democrat. It's a notable development and one that a podcast listener inquired about earlier this week. The question was whether statewide overperformers like Tim Ryan ending up having an effect on down ballot races in the forecast. The answer was that such effects are not considered by the forecast, but they probably should be. That's because it looks like the victorious Democrats have Ryan to thank for their upsets. While Ryan did not ultimately win, he likely turned out voters sympathetic to Democrats who might have otherwise stayed home. That's very interesting because Ryan was too conservative for my taste. Maybe these other Democrats are not as conservative as Ryan. So that would be a very good trade-off for our side. Jeffrey Skellett says November 8th, 11:37 p.m., which is getting pretty close to 1:37 p.m., so I'm 2 hours behind the times of this blog. Oregon has had one of the stranger gubernatorial races this cycle, with independent Betsy Johnson making a splash and state rep Christine Drazan positioned to potentially be the first Republican to win the governorship since 1982. Things are looking close with Democrat Tina Kotek, the former Speaker of the State House, leading Drazan by 2 points, 46% to 44%, with 55% of the expected vote reporting. Still quite a ways to go, but Kotek might keep the Democratic winning streak alive. As the final post suggested, she had consolidated Democratic support to some extent. That's really interesting. Only 2 governorships have changed hands so far. One is Maryland, one is Massachusetts. So we'll have to see. So, okay. Republican candidate Tim Meekles has not yet conceded to Democrat Tony Evers, but that is expected soon, according to insiders. Oh, great. So they're saying Tony Evers won. That's great. But what happened to Mandela Barnes? As Amelia and I, okay, this is Meredith Conroy. As Amelia and I wrote for the site recently, we could soon see more female governors serving at one time than ever before. Up until now, only 9 women have simultaneously occupied the governor's mansions. Women have a hard time at this level because voter prejudice against female candidates are particularly strong when women run for executive level offices. Several decades of social science research has found that women are more comfortable electing women when they run to be part of a group, like a state legislature or Congress, rather than a position of high level leadership, although some evidence shows Democratic leaning voters have become more open to the idea. Plus, state cultures play a role and can influence the number of women on the bench ready to be called up. So far, it's been a pretty good night for women running for governor. New York Democrat Kathy Hochul is the projected winner, making her the first woman who was elected to that position in the state. And in Arkansas, Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders will be the first female governor there. The women running in toss-up races were largely facing other women, like in Oregon and Arizona, so women will win there. It just remains to be seen from which party. There are still 18 states that haven't had a woman lead their state, but women are slowly chipping away. Well, that was a good little statement, wasn't it? And Amelia Thompson DeVoe says ABC News projects that ballot measures that would enshrine uh, by reproductive freedom, including abortion rights in the California and Vermont state constitutions, have passed. This is not a big surprise since voters in both states overwhelmingly support abortion rights. The aftermath of the California amendment could be interesting, though, because it's not clear whether it will actually change state law. Right now, abortion is legal in California only through fetal viability. That's likely to be challenged in the courts now.
What are they gonna do to the kid? They're gonna kill the kid?
I don't know. Don't know. In Rhode Island, 2nd District, ABC News projects that Democrat Seth Magaziner will defeat Republican Alan Fung. Seth is closely related to, I believe he's the son of, the guy who worked with Hillary Clinton in the 1990s to formulate the Clinton healthcare reform bill in the early 90s that failed in Congress. His father's name, was Ira Magaziner. I noticed that that time Ira was distinguished from others by his generally very high intelligence. Anyway, Monica Potts has to say we've written about the ballot initiatives that would make cannabis legal for recreational use in Arkansas and Maryland, but 3 other states, specifically Missouri, North Dakota, and South Dakota, are also voting on that issue this year. The yes vote is slightly ahead in Missouri, 51 to 49, with 62% of the expected vote in. In North Dakota and South Dakota, the no vote is ahead, 55 to 45, with 68 and 57% of the expected votes in, respectively. Dan Hopkins says, Oz just told an audience in brief remarks that when all the ballots are counted, he believes he will win. He knows something about extended counts. His primary win was affirmed week after the primary. With around half the expected vote reporting in New Hampshire, Democrats are on track to hold both U.S. House seats. Chris Pappas leads in the 1st District, 54 to 46%, and Democrat Annie Kuster leads in the second district with 57% to 43%. So Connecticut is coming in Democratic as usual. We stopped the GOP supermajority tonight when North Carolinians voted for balance and progress. I'll continue to work with the legislature to support a growing economy, more clean energy, better health care, and stronger public schools. That was a statement from the governor of North Carolina, who I gather is a Democrat. Yeah. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is claiming that Democrats successfully stopped the Republicans from nabbing a supermajority in the state legislature. If that's true, that's big news for abortion access in the state. Without a veto-proof majority, the legislature will be unable to pass further restrictions on abortion while Cooper, a Democrat, is governor. North Carolina is one of the states that saw the biggest increase in abortions in 2 months after Dobbs, suggesting that it's become a destination for women traveling outside their state for abortion. So continued access to abortion in the state is a big deal. That was by Amelia Thompson DeVoe. And Monica Potts. ABC News is reporting that Cortez Masto has filed a lawsuit in Nevada to keep polling places open longer, citing long lines and delays in some polling places in Clark County, which includes Las Vegas, because some ballot printers ran out of paper. The issue required the machines to be replaced entirely, which in some locations took up to 2 hours, according to the campaign. Let's see. The campaign cited a state law that polling locations must be open 12 hours. Looks like she's got a good case if it's state law. That might get her into the majority. So there were 82 more posts. Okay, let's see. Seth Magaziner won. So Oz is not going to concede, even though John Fetterman is evidently winning at this point. But we haven't had a specific statement on whether John Fetterman is winning or by how much he's winning. He's winning, obviously, but by how much? New Mexico's Democratic Secretary of State, Maggie Toulouse-Oliver, is projected to win re-election after fending off Republican nominee Audrey Trujillo, a staunchly conservative election denier who campaigned almost completely on a voter integrity related platform. Okay, so they keep filling in this table. They have this table about how the voter deniers have done. A good many of them lost. A good many of them have won. There were so many of them. It was really amazing. So a lot of them have lost. A lot of them have won. There was another one who just lost. And also Tim Meekles is about to concede. He was someone who raised doubts. So let me go back to the log here. I'm not going to go through the table in detail. More than half of the election deniers have won their races so far, with 12 races to go. In Arizona, this is from Kaylee Rogers at 11:56 p.m. It's taking a minute to count ballots in Arizona as expected. Right now in the Senate race, with 51% of expected voters reporting, incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly has gained a lead over Trump-backed Republican Blake Masters. Kelly has 58% to Masters' 40%. Also, Libertarian candidate Mark Victor is pulling 2% of the vote. In the governor's race, also with 51% reporting, Katie Hobbs is also leading with 57% over Republican Kari Lake at 43%. This one is really defying the polls. As I mentioned earlier, we're expecting these races to tighten as more same-day ballots, which lean red, are tallied. But these healthy leads are a good sign for the Democrats. They need to pull ahead, likely to fend off a GOP surge from those election day tallies. That's big lead. Big lead. 57 to 43, 58 to 40. It looks to me like they're going to win. I hope that Kari Lake loses. Boy, I can't stand that woman. I can't stand that woman. She's such a fucking liar. Another fucking liar. The New York Times Needle says it's very likely that Fetterman wins Pennsylvania. And if you look at the outstanding vote, you can see why. He's ahead already, and far more of the outstanding vote is in Philly and other blue areas. That's what I thought was going to be the case. The win in Lackawanna was really important. Returns in the Kansas Attorney General race have crept forward to 86% reporting, and it is still a statistical tie between Chris Mann and Chris Kobach. Key race projected. This is Alex Samuels. ABC News just projected a big upset in North Carolina's 13th district. Republican Bo Hines, the 26-year-old former college football player who was backed by Trump, is trailing Democrat Wiley Nickel 49% to 51%, with about 99% of the expected vote in. Our forecast gave Hines a 77 in 100 chance of winning, so Nickel's expected win here is pretty notable. And the win is projected by ABC. Hines has been non-committal about whether President Biden won the 2020 election fair and square, and other election deniers like Arizona GOP gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake, and Republican Lauren Boebert of Colorado was similarly trailing in their races tonight, despite our forecast giving both candidates an edge over their respective Democratic opponents. Returns in the Kansas Attorney General. Oh, okay. Did that before. So let's get into Galen Druk says, for much of the cycle, North Carolina's 13th district was one of the tipping point districts to the forecast. That's a fancy way of saying it's one of the most likely to put the winning party over the edge of a majority in the House. The fact that Democrat just won is more evidence that tonight is one of the better outcomes Democrats could have hoped for, given the national political environment. Oh, that was North Carolina's 13th congressional district. I thought it was the 13th state district. That's really an unexpected win. Very unexpected win. Time for a table, guys. So it's midnight. We still have more than 4 dozen unprojected House races, meaning we've likely got some time until we get a call for control in Congress's lower chambers.
Are you gonna go back to that in the morning, or are you gonna stay
No,
with it?
no, I'm going to stay with it. I'm going to finish it. It's 1:51 a.m. I should be able to finish it in the next half hour.
Okay.
I am determined to finish it. I don't know if anybody's with me right now. Oh, there's some crazy people are popping in and putting in some very bad comments. Well, Fetterman hasn't won yet. There hasn't been a concession from Oz yet, folks. CC Swift says Fetterman won. Just got out of work, saw your notification. Thank you for your tireless, devoted coverage. Thank you, CC. Some interesting ballot measures have been up, including one in Mississippi, where they voted to keep slavery. Fucking A, goddamn. Folks,
That's ridiculous.
isn't that awful? Isn't that awful?
That's disgusting.
That's disgusting. We should throw Mississippi out of the frickin' Union. Of course, we've been wanting to do that for a long time. Okay. So, where are we here? The status of likely Republican House races. Results in districts where Republicans had a 75% and 95% chance of winning, according to the deluxe version of 538's final pre-election forecast as of 12:03 a.m. Eastern. Arizona 6th. Okay, the Democrat was Engel. The Republican was Cisco Mani. Percent reporting 51%. This is D plus 13.4. For Engel, there was no ABC projection yet. In California, 45th, here comes California, there was a Democrat, Chen, 37% of reporting. Democrats are ahead by 1.1. In the Colorado 8th, there's Caraveo. In Kirkmeyer, Caraveo is winning by 2.3. Then there are a number of races where Republicans are still ahead. In the Montana 1st, though, Democrats are ahead of Zink. This guy, Zink, terrible Republican congressperson, is a Democrat ahead by 15.1 points. But they're only 28% actually recording. In the North Carolina 13, there's Nickel. We just were talking about him. Democrats are ahead by 2.8. Vasquez is ahead 5.4%. In the New Mexico 2nd, a Democrat's ahead by 4.8%. That's Lanceman. He's already been called. There are 3 races that have been called by ABC. We have to hang on. It looks from here like there are going to be a lot more races called by ABC that were unexpected. This is really getting weird in terms of how successful the Democrats are being at the House level. Yeah, at the risk of using a cliche, that 13th district call is a little bit of a game changer. If Democrats can pick off some of the likely Republican seats, they have more pathways to hold the House. I wouldn't bet on them doing so, but they may have a chance. They have a chance, says Nate. It's amazing, Nate, isn't it? It's amazing. I'll just plug our inside election ratings here. We had both Ohio's 13th and North Carolina's 13th as toss up races. Yeah, you did it good. That was by Jacob Rubashkin. ABC projects Tim Walz will win the governor race in Minnesota. Cortez Masto's motion to keep polls open longer has been uh, denied. Can she appeal that? There's a frickin' state law about that. News out of Michigan, ABC News projects that Proposal 3, which would create a state constitutional right to reproductive freedom, has passed. This means that abortion will remain legal in Michigan, and it's also a big victory for abortion rights supporters who will undoubtedly see this as a sign Americans unhappy about the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade and the subsequent wave of abortion bans in the South and Midwest. The result is much bigger deal than the other abortion-related ballot measures because abortion's legality was genuinely uncertain in Michigan, which is not the case in California and Vermont, and it's significant to see a measure affirmatively protecting abortion rights pass in a single state. Expect to see more ballot measures like this in 2024. Looking at the big picture, it's clear Republicans will not have the 2022 midterm they wanted. Hooray for Michael Moore! In the Senate, Democrats lead in Pennsylvania, and Georgia looks like it will go to a runoff. And in the House, Democrats have scored some surprising victories in Ohio and North Carolina. Of course, there's still a lot we don't know in places like Nevada and Arizona. Democrats would still have to run the table to hold on to the House, but it looks like the results will be on the low end of what was predicted for the Republicans. Hey, Nathaniel Rakich, have you noticed the Democrats have been running the table? ABC is projecting Minnesota governor's race for incumbent Democrat Governor Tim Walz, and where is this? What's this? AP has called the 3 Ohio Supreme Court races for the 3 Republican candidates, ensuring a 4-3 Republican majority, as the High Court is expected to take up the constitutionality of the state's abortion ban in the near future. Okay, Republicans have held control of the Ohio Supreme Court, according to the AP, with the retirement of moderate Republican Justice, whose name is Maureen O'Connor. Expect the court to side with Republicans on issues like gerrymandering and abortion. Shit. That's the Ohio Supreme Court. So, this is the Pennsylvania Senate race now. It's graphic, and it's pretty clear that counties above the trend line represent Republican overperformance. There are very few counties that are above the trend line. Most of the counties are below the trend line, which indicates Democratic overperformance. As of 1:58 p.m. Eastern, with 92% of the statewide expected vote reporting. Oh, look at this. This is something.
What?
What's shaking in Pennsylvania's marquee Senate race? An extremely tight contest, that's what. Fetterman leads Oz 49.4% to 48.1%, with 84% of the expected vote reporting. But Fetterman has been running ahead of our benchmarks in much of the state, so he's probably in a somewhat better position than Oz at this point. And the good news for Fetterman is that Deep Blue Philadelphia has only reported about 2/3 of its expected vote, meaning he can likely expect to gain a bunch of votes there as more gets reported. What happened to Allegheny County? What's up there? That's Pittsburgh. We want to see how Pittsburgh does. With 79% of the expected vote reporting in Colorado's 3rd District, incumbent Republican Representative Lauren Boebert is still behind Democrat challenger Adam Frisch, but it's nail-bitingly close. Frisch is 52%, while Boebert has 48%. That's not nail-bitingly close. I'm sorry. If Frisch wins, it will meet our definition for an upset, as Boebert had a 97 in 100 chance of winning according to our final deluxe forecast. Oh boy, defeating Lauren Boebert also? That's amazing. That's amazing. Waiting for the ABC projections. Well, it looks like Democrats managed to hold on to at least 2 of the 3 border area congressional seats they're keeping a close eye on. In the 28th District, ABC News projects that Democratic Henry Cuellar won his re-election bid against Republican Cassie Garcia, 57 to 43%. Meanwhile, in the 34th District, it looks like Democrat Vicente Gonzalez will unseat Republican Myra Flores. That's another gain for the Democrats, who briefly held the seat after winning a special election over the summer. Oh, he briefly held the seat. Or she briefly held the seat. So that means the Democrats are going to gain a seat. According to New Hampshire outlet WMUR-TV, Caroline Levitt has conceded in New Hampshire's 1st District, paving the way for incumbent Chris Pappas to win re-election. She was one of 2 Gen Zers running in tonight's midterms. Frost, a Democrat in Florida's 10th, was projected to win earlier this evening. A loss for Levitt, on top of Heinz's recent defeat in North Carolina, is not so ideal for Trump-adjacent conservatives hoping to launch a new generation of far-right congressmen. So that one was by Zohar Kamar. Now we have 184 Democrats. There are 44 still undecided. The number of Republicans is 207. But we still don't have much in the way of California results. There only have to be now 23 seats to catch the Republicans in California. And I'm telling you, there are at least 45 Democratic seats in California. I'm sure of that. I go over California all the time. It's just Democrat after Democrat after Democrat. 50 fucking seats in California. Oh, I'm getting excited about this. ABC News projects, not that it's ideal that these Democrats are going to win. It just means we have more time to work on dumping incumbents. More time to work on dumping corruption without a formal dictatorship being installed in the United States. That's something to be really happy about. Three Democratic candidates in Illinois, Sean Casten in the 6th District, Lauren Underwood in the 14th, plus Nikki Buzinski in the 13th. All three had odds north of 67% to win. ABC News has projected them as winning. That's three more Democrats. That's just from Illinois. Well, this is the Senate. There are 8 seats undecided in the Senate. They're showing the current balance of power. New York Times is projecting Republicans to win both seats that were up for election on the North Carolina State Supreme Court. That gives them a solid majority on the court, 5 of 7 seats. They not only won the open seat, but also managed to unseat Democratic incumbent Justice Sam Ervin. Voter rights issues and abortion cases will most likely come before the North Carolina Supreme Court in the next few years. So the makeup of this court will have a big impact on laws in North Carolina. Well, you better win the legislature in North Carolina and then expand that fucking court.
Get more women involved.
I think friend of the blog, Leah Askaranian, summed up today's results as pretty poetically. In 2020, Democrats lost the expectation games but won the House. 2022 might lose the House but won the expectations game. Well, it should say but might lose the House but win the expectations game, Leah. But I think it's better than that. Susan Wild is ahead in Pennsylvania by 0.2% in her House district. There is, Michelle Vallejo is losing to Monica de la Cruz in the Texas 15th by 9.7 points with 84% of the vote in. Jamie McLeod Skinner is losing by 5.1 to Lori Chavez de Reamer, but there's only 59% of the vote in there, so Jamie may still be able to pick that up. She better. We really need that. Elaine Luria has definitely lost with 99% of the vote in the Virginia 2nd. The Republican is ahead by 4.3. Well, it was a Republican district. What happened is the Republicans selected kind of a double for Elaine Luria, who happened to be a Republican. I mean, she had a background that was very similar to Elaine Luria and fit that district. That's what happened there. The Republicans finally did something smart. Oh, Cindy Oxney is behind, but only by 0.7 of a point in the Ohio 3rd. That is a good table there. Okay. I'm watching several toss-up races where women are in the running. 5 of these races featuring 2 women running against each other: the Alaska 1st, the Virginia 2nd, the Oregon 5th, the Texas 15th, and the Pennsylvania 2nd. The Republican in Virginia's 2nd, Jen Kiggins, is the projected winner there. As I just said, she's kind of a double for Elaine Luria in background. But she's not a Democrat, she's a Republican. That district is traditionally a Republican district. Pennsylvania, the Democrat leads narrowly with 93% reporting. And in Alaska, there are no votes reported yet, as all polls there have not closed yet. By the way, I'm going on record as saying that Mary Peltola, the Democrat in that race, is going to take that seat, and probably by a big margin. Sarah Palin is running against her in the primary. She really outdistanced. Well, no, she was running as a Republican, so she's still running as a Republican.
Yeah.
That's not surprising. She just made it into the finals. Okay, but Mary Peltola has a huge fundraising advantage on Sarah Palin. Yeah, I know. On Sarah Palin. Okay, and she's a better candidate anyway,
Okay, we didn't win the million.
and she's going to win. Okay. Wait a minute. What was that?
It was the 7th, and we did not win.
Oh, that was Monday. The 7th was Monday, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know we didn't win.
Okay.
I knew it last night. Okay. So, in Pennsylvania, the Democrat leads narrowly. That Democrat is Susan Wild, by the way, who was part of the 2018 class. Meredith Conroy, that was, who said that. Races to watch. Oh, Nevada races. Senate is a toss-up. The governor is leaning Republican. Okay, the Nevada 1st is a toss-up. The Nevada 3rd is leaning Democratic. And the Nevada 4th is leaning Democratic. As a reminder, Nevada will not start releasing results until every voter in line has voted. Polls closed at 7 p.m. Pacific time, but Las Vegas Sun reported some voters has waited in line for as long as an hour and a half to vote this evening, which is why we haven't seen any results yet.
Okay.
Oh, great. Ohio's map for districts was found unconstitutional a few months ago, but there wasn't time to draw a new map before the election. What's more, because Republicans took or kept control of both of North Carolina and Ohio Supreme Courts, the new maps are less likely to be struck down by the new courts. Wonderful. What a governmental system. It has so much to do with the parties, so partisan. Polls have closed in most of Alaska. We're watching the race for governor, House, and Senate, but it will take a while to count all the votes. We expect to receive some updates overnight and then another round on November 15th and November 18th. The state won't release official winners until November 23rd because of its ranked choice voting system. But if Mary Peltola wins 50% in Alaska right off the bat, which polling suggests she might, we won't have to wait for the ranked choice tabulation, at least in that race. The Senate race will likely need it. I think Mary Peltola is going to win. That seat's going to go to Democrats. Walker currently has 49.2% of the vote. Warnock has 48.8%. So 0.4% is separating the two guys. A Libertarian, Chase Oliver, has 2.0%, preventing either from getting to a majority right now. In Maine, the Democratic Governor Janet Mills has won re-election over former Governor Paul LePage. He was terrible. He was awful, Paul LePage. Awful. The red wave did not happen. Republicans and independents stayed home. Do not complain about the results if you did not do your part. That was Mayra Flores in the Texas 34th. She was one of those who were unexpectedly beaten.
You can take the hat off.
No, I can't. I'm still streaming.
Okay.
I'm still streaming. I am wearing my red beret for Medicare for All until the very end.
Okay.
And Nathaniel Rakish says in Maine's 2nd District, the Democratic rep, Jared Golden, leads Republican Bruce Poliquin 50% to 43%. It looks like Golden has a chance to win outright without ranked choice voting tabulations being necessary. It's pretty impressive for Democrats since this was a closely contested race. We had this race in Golden's favor, and I continue to believe he's one of Democrats' strongest incumbents. Plus, but Poliquin was never able to redefine himself in the eyes of the district voters. They didn't like him at the beginning of the election, and they didn't like him on election day. Jeffrey and Galen talked through some of the reasons Democrats are doing better than expected in Ohio. One of the reasons was that Ryan ran such a good race. He supported other Democrats in that race, and some of them won because their opponents weren't as strong as J.D. Vance. ABC News is reporting Nevada Secretary of State spokesman Jennifer Russell says that polls are still open in 2 counties. Once they close, we get the files from all the counties. We'll post the results that will include in-person early voting, in-person election day, and some mail. Noting that Lyon County near Reno was still open, we do not expect all of the results for several days. Maka Potts said that. Alex Samuel said with 86% of the expected vote in, Democratic Governor Lori Kelly is currently leading Republican Derek Schmidt in the Kansas gubernatorial race, 50% to 47%. Looks like the Republicans are on track to pick up Wisconsin's 3rd district, though. Republican Derek Van Orden has 53% to Democrat Brad Fuff's 47%. Unlike most of the competitive House district this year, this is a rural district, so this is consistent with the urban-rural realignment. This ancestrally Democratic area has drifted towards Republicans recently. A short while ago, Kari Lake, the Republican candidate for governor in Arizona, spoke to supporters. Lake is currently behind Democratic candidate and Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, with 52% of the expected votes reporting. Hobbs leads 57% to Lake's 43%. Lake hinted at election fraud conspiracies similar to the one she spread about the 2020 election, telling supporters, "We had a big day today, and don't let those cheaters and crooks think anything different. Don't let them put doubt on you." She went on to say she will fight through the BS and garbage to win. Referred to technical difficulties in Maricopa County, called journalists in the room fake media and propagandists. Lake also reminded supporters of the fact that early returns in the GOP primary had her opponent in the lead, but that she ultimately won the nomination. She has a point on that last mention. More of the votes will be seen coming in now will be election day ballots, which will lean red. But her comment suggests that if she's not successful, she'll lean on the baseless voter fraud theories she's been spreading to claim the election was illegitimate. She's just an effing sore loser. These people are just sore losers. Increasingly, that's becoming, the narrative. You can't go into elections and every time you lose, you say there's fraud or something. That's awful. ABC News projects that Congressman Malinowski, Democrat of New Jersey, has lost Garden State's 7th District to Republican Tom Keene. This is a GOP pickup. It is. So where are we now, guys? Let's have a summary. Uh-oh. In Connecticut's 5th District, Republican George Logan leads Democrat Jahana Hayes, the incumbent, 51% to 49%. On Wisconsin, or at least its vote tally, which is now up to 81% of the expected vote, GOP incumbent Ron Johnson looks like he's probably good for a re-election victory, leading Barnes by a tad more than 3%, 51.6 to 48.3%. On the governor's side, though, Democratic insurgent Evers holds a narrow 1-point edge over Meekles, 50.0 to 48.9. The question now is the trend. There are around 530,000 outstanding votes to be tallied, according to ABC News. So a slight edge from one party could make all the difference for Evers or Meekles in a race with a current margin of about 26,000 votes. The good news for Democrats is that 187,000 of the remaining votes are coming from deep blue Milwaukee and Dane counties. So those will go overwhelmingly for Evers. But much of the rest of the state is red, leaning to solid red. And it looks like a lot of election day vote, probably GOP leaning, is what's left. So a larger share from the redder parts of the state outweigh the Democratic gains from its two main bases of support in the state. Tune in for our next update to find out. Okay. I am told Democrat Robert Zimmerman is about to concede in the New York 3rd to Republican George Santos. Democrats have been moderately optimistic about this seat, but it could be the leading edge of several R flips in New York tonight. This would be the first race we had rated as lean D to fall to Republicans. Okay, so there are the flips tonight. 3 Republican flips, 1 Democratic flip, 5 Republican flips, and 1 Democratic flip, which is the Landsman flip. But that's just because the 2nd Ohio district is not in here. So there's a Republican net gain of 4 in that particular table. That's not enough to take control, but there are other projections going on. 6 House seats have flipped, so far 5 in favor of the Republicans. 8 races in the Senate and 44 in the House have yet to be called. Of these, 2 Senate seats are still toss-ups, and another 2 are competitive. 13 seats in the House are neck and neck as well, though Republicans only need 11 to hold the majority. ABC News projects Republican Thomas Kean will win in the New Jersey 7th, defeating incumbent Democrat Representative Tom Malinowski. All I have to say to Malinowski is, if you had been running on Medicare for All, you would have been reelected. And Nathaniel Rakich says, Paroma, a lot of those flips so far can be explained by redistricting. Florida's 7th and 13th districts were redrawn to be reliably Republican. Same with Tennessee's 5th. In addition, the New Jersey 7th got a few points redder in order to shore up Democratic incumbents in neighboring districts. In Ohio's 1st district went from slightly more Republican leaning in the nation as a whole to slightly more Democratic leaning. Okay. Cool. Okay. I'm skimming over some of this because I'm getting too tired. And I don't want to kill tomorrow. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. So I'm going to have to say goodnight pretty soon. With the latest batch of votes in Georgia, this is big doing. Warnock has taken the lead over Walker, 49.1% to 48.8%. Again, though, who finishes first doesn't matter if no one gets a majority, which seems quite unlikely at this point. Check your calendars for December 6th, a bonus live blog for the runoff. Laura Kelly leads her Republican challenger by 24,000 votes, or 3 percentage points, with 86% of the vote in. So she's going to win. More good news from Pennsylvania. Honey, are you around? Pennsylvania has a trio of tight House races on the docket tonight. Democrats might actually sweep them. In the 7th district in the Lehigh Valley, Democratic Representative Susan Wild holds a 0.8 lead over Republican Lisa Scheller, with 95% of the expected vote reporting. She might hold on to that edge, as Monroe County has most of the remaining votes and appears to have not yet added in their mail votes, which will be Democratic leaning. Next door, in the Scranton-based and red-leaning 8th district, Democratic Rep. Matt Cartwright has a somewhat larger lead over Republican Jim Bagnett of 2.3%, 51.1% to 48.8%, with 96% reporting. That seems likely to hold. And in the 17th district in the Pittsburgh suburbs, left open by Democratic Representative Connor Lamb's failed Senate run, Democrat Chris DeLuzio is up by 4.6 points over Republican Jeremy Schapper with 98% reporting. So DeLuzio appears in the best shape of the 3 Democrats. That's wonderful. That's wonderful, those results. Kaylee Rogers says, checking back in on Indiana. The House race in the 1st District is still too close to call for ABC News to project, with 83% of expected votes reporting around 12,000 votes separate incumbent Democrat Frank, guess it's Mervan, and Republican Jennifer Ruth Green. Mervan is a 53% to Green's 47%. Now remember, this is a district that became slightly redder during redistricting, but remained otherwise largely unchanged, keeping it competitive even as conservative PACs poured cash into Green's campaign. As we're seeing, it's still a tight race. Maybe a tight race, but 53 to 47 looks good to me with 83% of the vote in. In Oregon's governor race, which is only about 2/3 of the expected vote in, Independent Betsy Johnson is at 9%, running pretty close to our final forecast, which projected her to win between 11 and 12% of the vote. Democrat Tina Kotek and Republican Christine Drazan are within 1 percentage points, with Kotek at 45.6% and Drazan at 44.6%. So that race is just too close to call at present. In the House, meanwhile, Republicans need just 10 more seats, according to ABC News projections, and they would take control of the chamber. Given the way the wind is blowing towards Republicans in some key districts, it seems possible we'll get a call soon, but that's up to our colleagues on ABC News desks. We sent the writers who are on our morning shift home so they can rest up before you read them all morning. We'll be here wait a minute, let me get this. Here at 5:38, we're starting to take stock of what might still happen tonight and what will likely be waiting on come morning. Control of the Senate remains uncertain. Projections in several high-profile Senate races, including Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, seem like they could happen tonight, given the margins and estimated votes that are remaining. We're still waiting on significant returns in Nevada and Arizona, and Georgia seems likely to head for a runoff in December. As a result, there's a slim chance that we'll get a Senate call. Honey? Honey?
What?
Did you hear the Pennsylvania calls I just gave?
No. What happened?
Okay, wait a minute. Pennsylvania has a trio of tight House races on the docket, and tonight, Democrats might actually sweep them. In the 7th District in Lehigh Valley, Democratic Representative Susan Wild holds a 0.8 lead over Republican Lisa Scheller, with 95% of the expected vote reporting. She might hold on to that edge as Monroe County has most of the remaining votes and appears to have not yet added in their mail votes, which will be Democratic leaning. Next door, in the Scranton-based and red-leaning 8th District, Democratic Representative Matt Cartwright has a somewhat larger lead over Republican Bognet of 2.3 points, 51% to 48.8%, with 96% reporting. That seems likely to hold. And in the 17th District in the Pittsburgh suburbs, left open by Democratic Representative Connor Lamb's failed Senate run, but Democrat Chris DeLuzio is up by 4.6 points over Republican Jeremy Schaffer, with 98% reporting. So DeLuzio appears in the best shape of the three Democrats. Yeah, Chris DeLuzio was a terrific candidate, is a terrific candidate. I knew he was going to win. I didn't know whether Cartwright would win. I didn't know whether Susan Wild, would win. But I felt pretty good about those two also, that they were likely to win. Well, there was a Democratic incumbent in Chris Deluzio's seat, so that's not an ad for the Democrats. And Cartwright was a representative, and Susan Wild was. So they maintain those two seats, which is very important, but they don't add anything. But still,
Yeah.
getting that sweep was very, very important. Uh,
Fantastic.
I think they have a slim chance to take the House, and the Senate is still a toss up right now. But there were, while you were in the other room,
Mhm.
there was a drop of votes for Warnock,
Oh,
and he took the lead again. He took the lead over Walker. It doesn't look like he can get to 50% though, so there's going to be a runoff, okay, on the 6th.
mhm.
Uh, so you have to see what happens there. We're finally getting some results from Nevada. With 44% of the expected vote in, Cortez Masto is leading Laxalt 54% to 43%. That includes 64% of the expected vote in Clark County, which Cortez Masto is supposed to win. So Cortez Masto, who we've been thinking all night is really threatened seriously for the Senate, is ahead with 44% of the expected vote in. She's ahead by 54 to 43%.
Wow.
She's going to win. After all, the angst, she's going to win.
Fantastic.
The only one who called this,
Hmm.
who called it that I know, in terms of so many Democrats winning who aren't expected to win, uh, was Michael Moore.
Hmm.
He didn't do any close analysis, but he pointed to trends and to what people were going to vote on.
Yeah.
And in the end, he was right.
Huh.
And the abortion rights stuff was very helpful to Democrats, especially since there were ballot initiatives in a number of states that were going on in support of it. So this is just looking better and better for the Democrats. I don't know if they can come up with a majority in the House, but I think there's a chance they can get there.
Mhm.
I really do. I still don't know how those California votes are going to come out, but there's a host of House races in New York we're watching that remain uncalled. Here's a quick roundup of how things stand. In the three Long Island-based districts that are not currently projected by ABC News, the Republican candidates are all ahead. In the first district, Republican Nick LaLota is ahead of Bridget Fleming, 53 to 46, with 69% of the expected vote in. That's going to be hard to take over, but I don't think there's an incumbent in that race. I'm not sure. George Santos is ahead of Democratic Robert Zimmerman in the third district, 54 to 46%, with 89% of the expected vote in. That's 8 points with 89% in. Santos can't overcome that. I think Zimmerman's going to concede. Republican Anthony Desposito is 4 percentage points ahead of Democrat Laura Gillen with 93% of the expected vote in the fourth district. Anyway, in the upstate races, Sean Patrick Maloney trails his Republican challenger, Sean Lawler, by 6 percentage points with 85% of the expected vote. It looks like Maloney is going to win, is going to lose. 18th District has Pat Ryan and Republican Colin Schmidt tied at 50% with 97% of the expected vote in. Ryan has about 2,000 more votes, but it's in within a rounding error. In the 19th district, Republican Molinaro is up 51% to 49% over Democrat Josh Riley with 99% of the expected vote in. And finally, in the 22nd district, Democrat Francis Connell and Brandon Williams are within 300 votes of each other with 87% of the expected vote in. So that's a toss-up. So we don't know how those New York things are going to go. ABC News has projected Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will win Pennsylvania's Senate race.
Oh,
This is an extremely important result for the overall Senate math, as it represents a net gain for Senate and a seat held by retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey. With this win, Democrats need to hold just 2 of their 3 most endangered seats in Arizona, Georgia, and also Nevada to retain a status quo total of 50-50 in the upper chamber, which would keep Democrats in power via President Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote. Beyond the numbers, Fetterman's win is notable given that he had a stroke earlier this year, which has been a major focus of the campaign because of debates over his perceived ability to perform the job of a U.S. Senator. However, that affected the race. Oz may have been too unpopular with Pennsylvania voters who in polls had regularly said they had more favorable views of Fetterman than Oz. So that's really interesting. That is really a very interesting analysis at this point.
yeah.
Fetterman. Now, what are the numbers for this campaign?
Where?
Okay, it doesn't tell us what the numbers are.
Huh.
It just says they projected it.
Oh,
Why did they project it? Anyway, as I just read, the Arizona race looks very, very strong for Mark Kelly.
mhm.
Doesn't look like he can lose now
Yeah.
to what's her name, and also Katie Hobbs, who was being made fun of terribly by Carrie Lake, now looks like she's 14 points ahead of Carrie Lake. They're expecting some late votes to come in for Carrie Lake and for Blake Masters, who's running against Kelly, but Kelly has a big lead, and Katie Hobbs has a big lead. I think they're both going to win, but Kelly's win means they hold a Senate seat. They say here Democrats need to hold just 2 of their 3 most endangered seats. So there's Arizona, there's Nevada, and there's Georgia. And we just found out that Catherine Cortez Masto, in the first reporting of votes, is way, way ahead,
Oh,
okay, of Laxalt, okay, in that state, okay, Nevada. And now it looks like in Georgia oh God, I'm blanking. Okay, but it looks like the senator there is now leading Herschel Walker.
oh,
And while it looks like it's going to go to a runoff, it seems to me that he's going to win the runoff if it's just the 2 of them running against each other again. I think Brian Kemp, since he was running in that race, was having a positive effect on Herschel Walker. So Okay, I think the Democrats are going to win all three of these races. That's the way it looks now.
What about that woman? Her last name is Lee.
Barbara Lee.
Barbara Lee.
There's been no mention, okay, of Barbara Lee, but the reports from California haven't come in yet. But
Oh,
Barbara Lee's not going to be in a close race. She's going to
Okay.
just explode her opposition. There's nobody to challenge her in that race.
Okay.
I don't even know if a Republican is bothering to run in that race.
Really?
If Barbara Lee gets 80% of the vote
Wow.
in her district. So,
Wow.
okay, so the projection for Fetterman
It's encouraging.
is very important.
Yeah.
Very, very important. Uh, okay, I can't get all of this computed and organized and calculated for tonight, but it looks like Democrats are ahead in some of the Midwest.
Mhm.
Uh, ABC projects in Michigan that a ballot measure enshrining the right to an abortion is passed, leads 55 to 45. In the state's third district, just half of the vote has been counted, but Democrat Hillary Scholten leads Republican John Gibbs 54 to 43. In the seventh district, Democratic Rep. Alyssa Slotkin trails her GOP challenger Tom Barrett 48 to 50, with just over 80% of the expected votes counted. And the 8th District Democratic Rep. Dan Kildee leads Republican Paul Youngie
Mhm.
49 to 46,
Wow.
with just over half the vote counted. Dan Kildee was supposed to be in danger, but with a 3-point lead, I think he's going to win. I think Michigan is starting to come around. Uh, okay. The Republicans have 207 votes, and the Democrats are now up to 188 based on the projections. But there are 40 seats still left,
Mhm.
and most of those 40 seats are coming from Washington and California seats.
Okay.
I mean, I think there are 40 seats there for
Wow.
Democrats. I think they could well come out with 228 seats if there are 40 seats left. 228 to 207. I don't know. I'm not sure what these counts are based on, what the 188 is based on in the first place. It's supposed to be the projections that were made, by ABC,
Mhm.
but there's no weighing in of California yet. Very little of the California votes have started to come in. So,
Should be interesting tomorrow to see what happens.
should be interesting. From where I sit now, and from where all these data sit, I think that what's going to happen is, oh, here are the vote margins for Fetterman in the various areas. It's going to be really good. Uh, I think what's going to happen is the Democrats are, going to end up with 228 votes. I think the projections from the pollsters are just going to be wrong. So Nate Silver said at 1:23 a.m., the New York Times Needle projects that Fetterman is eventually going to win by around 4 points.
Wow.
So while it's not a catastrophically bad polling error, if your survey had odds winning by 1 or 2 points, as a lot of GOP leaning firms did, you were winding up with a 5 or 6 point mix, which is basically Hillary in Wisconsin territory. That's what Nate Silver said.
Do you think Oz would ask for a recount?
He can't.
Or he can't?
He can only ask for a recount if the margin between the two,
Uh-huh.
okay, is I don't know what it is in Pennsylvania. I think it's a half a point,
Oh,
and it looks like Oz is going to be, based on this chart here,
way
it
under.
looks like the margin is going to be way more than a half a point.
Yeah.
Let's see if they have a summary of the margin here. They're doing county by county margins,
Yeah.
but I don't know if they have a statewide margin. No, they didn't give me a figure for a statewide margin here. But they have a lot of raw data,
Mm-hmm.
and in the biggest counties, in Lackawanna County,
Yeah.
the margin is 15.8 points. In Allegheny, let's look in Allegheny. Okay, there's Allegheny. Fetterman's vote margin in Allegheny is 28.4 points. In Philadelphia, the margin is, I can't quite read that. Is it 64.84? I think it's 64.4 margin. So those are, I believe, oh no, they're not the largest, because there's Montgomery County
Yeah.
is the third largest county.
Yeah.
And Bucks County is 5.7%. But he's got big leads, substantial leads,
Mm-hmm.
not just big leads, but shifts from the benchmarks that he had to make. He's like D+2 in Philadelphia. He's D+ 9.1 in Allegheny County. He's D+ 3.0 in Bucks County. He's D 1.6 in Delaware County. You have to get down to Chester County, which is 4.1 of the state votes. There, the Republicans have a 12.1 edge. But then after that, when you go down to the other counties, which is still smaller,
Yeah.
there are edges for Fetterman, shifts towards Fetterman, okay, in all those counties. I mean, it's like he turned out to be beating Oz all across the whole state.
Wow. I know Oz was saying that he thought he was going to win.
Oh, I
He
know.
said that today, didn't he?
He said it. He said uh, he's not going to do anything until every vote is counted. New York Times Needle projects Fetterman is eventually going to win by around 4 points. So
Mhm.
while it's not a catastrophically bad polling error, so
Yeah.
Fetterman will end with a 4 point margin. It'll be a decisive victory over Oz,
Yeah.
especially given all the to do about this and that. And it's incredible. Incredible.
It's 40 degrees.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah.
We might have to put on the other blanket tonight.
I'm gonna. Okay.
So,
Okay.
okay, I think
It's like 3 in the morning.
I know I'm going to call it for the night. It's 2:56 a.m.
Oh,
It'll be 3:30 before we're in bed.
yeah.
Uh, let's check in on House and Senate seat flipping. We have 7 House seats that have flipped to the other party. All but one went from Democrats to Republicans, winning by comfortable margins in Florida's 7th and Tennessee's 5th. As Nathaniel mentioned previously, a lot of those House flips are explained by redistricting, and ABC's latest projection in Pennsylvania finds the first Senate flip, which is Democrat John Fetterman, victorious.
Wow. It's going down to 35.
Is it?
Mhm.
We definitely got to put the other blanket on.
Yeah. Okay. It's 40, 39, 38, 35.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to end the stream, the giant stream.
Okay.
Brandy and Dee said good night at 2:15 a.m. It's now 2:58.
When did they
This
say
stream,
goodnight?
this stream is 5 hours and 56 minutes. It is time to end it. Anybody who sits through this stream,
It's crazy.
consider making a contribution to my Patreon account and to my Buy Me a Coffee account, because this was a big one. I mean, this was a week's worth of streaming. Maybe not a week's worth of streaming, but okay, everybody, have a wonderful night.
Yes. Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow.